Hey, happy Thursday, everybody. And we're back. It is Thursday, March 21st, 2024. Guys, we're back today talking about Sebastian Rogers, Riley Strain, and whatever else I throw at you. We're looking at an interview that Seth did yesterday with Nancy Grace. We're going to analyze that a little bit, talk about that, and get into some other stuff. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. What up? What's happening, everybody? Welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. Hope everybody had a great night last night. And thank you for joining me, as always. Much appreciated. Hope everybody got into that bass line. I love that music I have. I love that music I have. I don't ever want to change it. I'm going to be upgrading some of my stuff here, but I definitely don't want to change that music. I love that music. It gets me pumped up every time I do this. So good to have you guys here again as we continue looking into what is going on with Sebastian Rogers, Riley Strain, and so much more, guys. Yeah. I see SRB. I appreciate you guys joining me to help get this out there. We continuously, every day, we're going to put this word out, put these names out until these people come home. That's just how it works. That's the only way it's going to work. And that's what we're going to do. So let's see who we got with us today so far. Looks like we got 23 awesome peeps in here. Mrs. M, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining me today. Miss Brandy B, always, never a doubt in my mind, will be here. SRB, Miss Tina B, good to see you both here today. Party at 5. Welcome back to you. Mr. Arctic Fox, True Crime in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Jackie Young, welcome back to you. Let's see here. The Saviors, 007, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Deborah Thompson, welcome back. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. Miss Kells, great to see you. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Leo, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Cindy Kerf, what's going on? How is a Big Ohio L in the house? Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining me. Groot, what's up? What's going on? Good golly, Miss Molly's here early in the morning too. What is going on? Everything's crazy. I'm early today too, guys. How about that one? Get it out of the way. JC Ann, welcome back, darling. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Nat Cat, welcome back. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair if you will. And make sure you're hitting that like button on the way in the door, please. We got 21 likes as of right now with 30 people in here. Come on, we can do better than that. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, Miss Carolyn Miller. Hello. Welcome back to you, dear. Good to see you today. I hope you're doing well. That goes for everybody. I hope you're all having a great day to start it off. The fact that Chris Proudfoot admitted to using a belt on Sebastian told me all I needed to know, that Sebastian would never be allowed back to his mom's. If I find out that that's true, you don't discipline an autistic child with a belt. I'm sorry, but that makes me want to take a ride right now. If that's true, that's all I can say. That's all I can say. Welcome, Miss Tammy. Good to see you back in the house. Miss Dakota, same for you. Thank you for being here. Tomboy Charm is in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. Good to have you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, peed me off too, Brandy. Good to have you. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. Prophets C, good morning to you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a problem with that one. Now, I want somebody to tell me, it's too soon in this video for me to start swearing, and I don't swear, but I'm about to swear. What in God's name does anybody think that a belt is going to teach an autistic child other than pain and that you're hurting me? Nothing at all. And I don't give a shit what his excuse is. There ain't one. So I'm mad now. Miss Cassie, good to see you. Hello. How are you? The Saviors, a new member in the house. We got a new meatball in the sauce floating around with us today, folks, as we spill some of that sauce. Welcome and congrats, Saviors. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, I'm nauseous, kind of nauseous right now myself, SRB. That is insanity. Absolutely, Dakota. Please do. Send me the email. We will get it rolled out and we can get it. I'm all about petitions, guys. You know that. I know that. We know that. Also, guys, I'm going to roll a poll out as we're waiting on everybody to jump in here, too. Just because I want to know what everybody thinks. Let's see. All right. The poll's real simple, folks. Yes or no. Are Chris and Katie involved in Sebastian's disappearance? I want to know your thoughts. Mr. Arctic Fox, what's up, brother? Congrats and thank you for joining up here. Another meatball in the house, folks. Arctic Fox, True Crime. Mods, if we can drop that link again for Arctic, I would really appreciate that. Another great channel. This man puts the work in, does the time to help try to bring these missing folks home just as much as we do. Very great channel, guys. You will not be disappointed. So let's drop that link so we can get some people over there to show some love, subscribe, and check him out, folks. You won't be disappointed. Mr. Whistle, it's been a minute. How you doing, brother? Good to see you today. Deb Wilkes, welcome back, darling. Good to see you today as well. Thank you for joining us. Oh, no problem. Dakota, thank you, hon, very much. Willow's mama's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here again. Congrats and welcome to the family, Arctic Fox. We appreciate you very much. Miss Blondie's in the house. I love the new faces. I really appreciate you guys so much for helping with this, for joining in. You are appreciated. Absolutely. Sub up to our brother, Arctic Fox, True Crime. There's the links right there. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Appreciate you very much, dear. Come on. Keep it coming, guys. Grab a seat, if you will. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Dakota. I'll check that out here in a minute. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to all of you guys, wherever you are. I hope everything's good for you because it's great to me to be here with you guys. Great for me to be here with you guys. I do appreciate you all so very much. Come on in, guys. Grab a chair. Go grab a seat. Let me fix the volume on this here. All right. Come on, come on. Oh, yes, we absolutely do need to drop it, Arctic. You do the work, bro. You deserve your penance for it. Telling you. We're all in this together. We need to bring these peeps home. This child needs to come home, and we can help do that together as a team, and we will continue to do that together as a team. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, your tea, whatever it may be. Please come on in, sit down, have a conversation with me. Mama Bear is going to be joining us here in a moment as well. 100%, Fox. Please send me that one too, for sure. I've been talking about that for a minute. That needs fixed bad, in a bad way. So yeah, throw that out here too. Thank you, SRB. Miss Molly, of course. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, Fox, we got a great community over here. I'm telling you, you're going to love them. Dedicated people, loyal people, and very good. I got a great team of investigators here as well that put the time to work. You'll see. So anything you'll need, I guarantee you they'll be willing to help you at any given time, whether you need it or not. So I appreciate you all for checking out Fox's channel and 7-Up. I love the name too, by the way. A really cool name. Good to see you, Miss Cassie. Hope you're doing well. Hope the babies are doing good. Welcome, Mary Holt. Good to see you today. War Eagle in the house. Roll Tide roll. Don't let them break you up too much, War Eagle. Don't get too comfortable there. I got to get back to mine. I'm only allowed to go every so often because of my back problem, and they're only allowed to do so much, but it does help. I promise you that. I am drinking, by the way, War Eagle. This is, and I don't drink this kind of stuff usually, but I'm loving this stuff. This is salted vanilla caramel. Holy shit. It is so good. Good stuff. Molly. Link has been going through some things. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he's all right, hon. It's part of that age, too. Don't forget that. You're doing everything great. You're an amazing mama. It'll be all right. It'll work out. That's a fact. I can promise you that. It'll be good. And the Libby girl, I hope she's doing wonderful. There's my Doodle. Good to see you, Doodlebug. Thank you for joining us. Absolutely, Cassie. Please do. I'm down for it. Yes, I'm beyond enjoying this coffee. I'm telling you. I don't usually do this whole flavor stuff, you know. This stuff is kicking it. I'm telling you. There's one in there I've looked at it 4 times now. I haven't tried it yet, but it's called Dark Chocolate Blueberry Cafe or something like that. And I'm thinking like chocolate and coffee don't usually go together for me, but damn. Every one of these have been good that I've had that's flavored. Yeah. I'm kind of spoiling myself now because I always use the powdered creamer, the sugar-free stuff mixed with this. Damn. Thank you so very much, War Eagle. Absolutely, Cass. What's up, Pick Me? Good to see you. Dutch Brothers for the win. There you go, Tomboy. Chocolate is, I've never had it before, Eagle. I've never thought that it would be good. I've never tried it. My wife, she uses those the liquid creamers, and she's done the chocolate stuff before, but that explains why she likes it. Welcome, Miss Shelley. Good to see you. Miss Kells. Do get it alone. I know what Mama Bear is probably trying to scare me. She's good for doing that. So we'll see what happens. I never realized that, Tomboy. I was always the manly type guy with coffee. I drank it black forever. When I was with the fire department, it was just black coffee, period. And then I started doing cream and a little bit of sugar. And then I got off of sugar and I started doing just cream. And then I started adding that stevia, a little bit here and there. And then I found this, I like the powdered creamer, because the coffee stays hot. The liquid creamer, it cools it down. I don't like that. Welcome, Paula. Good to see you this morning, dear. Marianne Nolan, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Jersey in the house. Hey, Jersey Shore. The cab's here. We got a bunch of meatballs in here, Marianne. You should love it. Welcome to all the new faces. I really appreciate it. Do I see? It looks like an EMS tag. By the way, I'm a retired firefighter, EMS worker, folks, just for everybody that's new that don't know who I am. So that's a little bit on my background for those of you that don't know. The cab's here. That's right, Cass. Cab's here. Miss Salty's in the house. I got to get together with you too, dear. Seriously, got to get together with you. We need to find some one-on-one time. Powder creamer is all I want. Oh, right. 100%. I don't do the sugar anymore at all either. Just not even the stevia. I just like the creamer. I do occasionally the flavor, sugar-free, like hazelnut. I do like that, or the French vanilla stuff. D. Leroy, welcome. Good to see you. I like coffee with my sugar. Gotcha, Paula. That's funny. Do. What it do, everybody? Yes, 100%. I love these new faces. I'm telling you, 68 peeps in here. We got 41 likes, guys. Come on now. What can we do? Let's make it match if we will and get this out in the algorithm. These kids need found. And that's the only way to do this is to get this seen by everybody. Okay. Sounds cool, Fox. 100%. 100%, bro. And if you want, right there on the bottom, hold on a minute here. I'm going to show you. You can reach me at that number if you ever want to call me. 234-703-4047 for anything, or you can email me, whatever's most comfortable for you. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat, if you will. Give me 1 second. I heard my front door. Sorry, I was muted. All right, we're good to go. By the way, I did receive today another gift from one of you all, and I appreciate it very, very much. Off the Amazon wish list. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you so very much. Whoever sent that, there was no tag, but thank you so very much. You have no idea. That really is going to help me in a lot of ways. Spilled Paint is in the house. Welcome back to you. Thank you, War Eagle, for that. I appreciate you very much. Pepsi. I do Pepsi Zero. I do like that. All right, we got 78 peeps in here. 47 likes. Come on now. We can do better than that. All right, let's see here. Somebody said open it. I probably got to put it together, you guys. It's again, thank you. Yes, we're going to be checking into that too if I can. JC, don't mind me, guys. I'm using this to open this. I live out in the boondocks, folks. I'm a bit of I guess you could call me a bit of a redneck. Certain things that I have, but I know this is stupid to be using a knife this big for this. It's ridiculous. It's only when I had clothes. morning and good to see Angel of Virtue in the house. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Willows forgot to hit the like button. All right. You're going to the penalty box. I'm just kidding. It's all good. No big deal. Just make sure you hit it when you can. All right. Very cool. That's actually perfect. It goes in the corner here on my desk, and then I can lift things up out of the way. That's awesome. Thank you. Whoever sent that, thank you so very much. You are greatly appreciated. Greatly. And I got styrofoam too. Do I need the instructions, folks? How many people use the instructions? Yes. No, don't be nervous, SRB. I could do all sorts of things with this thing. I've been using knives like this since I was 5 years old. Knives and weapons and all that. My uncle taught me all the fun stuff. Yeah, I saw that, Carolyn. We're going to touch on that too with the Madeline Soto. There should be a presser coming up, and we're going to check that out while we're in here today. Come on, guys. 55 likes. It's not going to make it. It's not going to do it. We got 82 peeps in here. Share this out, guys. Let's get everybody in here, and so we can get this up in the algorithm and get the word out. Please, 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 please. Oh, let me see here. I don't know what time exactly Mama Bear's jumping in here, but she's coming. Yes, thank you. Let's make a match. There's going to be a t-shirt that says that one of these days, guys. As soon as I get off my lazy butt and set up the website for you guys, you're welcome to order them. T-shirts is let's make it match. At least pretend like you like me. Forget about it. It's a fugazi. Meatballs. You know, all that fun stuff. We're going to have all that. All them shirts. What up, Skinny? Good to see you today. I did not see the presser time announcement yet. The way to try to fix that, Paula, from what I've understood, and this goes for anybody. Miss Noni, good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome back. Great to have you here. From my understanding, Paula, the people have said if you and that's another thing you guys need to check. If you want to be subscribed to a channel, like for instance, if you want to subscribe to me, check it and make sure you are, because they've been knocking people out of there for some reason. Okay, Spilled Paint says it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we got a couple hours here, so it'll probably hit right at the end of the show. That's what I'm hoping for, Salty, I'll be honest. I'm absolutely hoping for that, and we're going to hit it, folks. I'll be here long enough to make sure we get it, so. But again, if you're trying to make sure you're getting notifications, unsubscribe, and then sit for a second, and then resubscribe. Make sure that it is subscribed, though, and it's supposed to reset that stuff so that you start getting notifications again. You should be able to go to my home page, Paula, and just go to the channel itself. Let me check something here, and then it'll give you the subscription. In fact, hold on. All right, sorry, bear with me for a minute, folks. Come on in. Miss Sammy Reeser in the house. Welcome back. Tracy Logston, great to see you. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that, Noni. I hope you're doing better. Seriously, You'll be in my thoughts and prayers. I had no idea. And I need somebody to refresh my memory because I think I forgot. Didn't we have a birthday yesterday for somebody? Whose birthday was it? And then we caught Carolyn's the other day. Willows is asking, what interview does the stepdad admit to using the belt? That's old school abuse. But yeah, well, you don't listen. I was tagged with the belt when I was a kid. Welcome, Michael 007. Good to see you. But I'm not autistic. Okay. And I turned out okay. And I don't have issues with people disciplining their kids as long as they're not overly doing it and abusing them. The problem is, as an autistic child, that's not how you discipline an autistic child. They don't understand what you're doing to them. Okay. All they understand is that you're hurting them. Okay. Hello, Pocahontas. How are you?
Hello.
Good to see you with your super long hair all braided up.
I know, it's growing fast again. I'm like, holy cow.
I was going to say, you just cut all that off. How is it
Yeah.
that long again already? That's crazy. How about me, guys? How would I look with the little long hair with the braids? You think I'd be cute?
Something like that.
Yeah, no. Sorry. not no mo. Not no mo. I did actually do that when I was younger. When I had long hair, it's crazy. Willow Branch. Right. And like I said, you guys, there's a difference. Okay. Certain kids, okay. I get it. You don't beat them though, but
You don't beat any kid.
there's discipline. I think somebody just said that in the chat. I just saw it too. There's discipline and that Leo, and then there's abuse, 100%. And an autistic child does not understand that you're disciplining them to teach them something. When you do that, all they're getting is that you're hurting them, and that you're somebody that loves them, that they love, and you're hurting them. That's all they get out of this, you guys. Please understand that. I'm not talking down to anybody or telling anybody what to do. I'm telling you, that's if you go read about the psychology behind this, and I did when I found out that my son was on the spectrum. I needed to know all these things. Okay. That's a big one. That's a huge one. You cannot discipline a child that's autistic. They don't process what you're doing like we do, and it's wrong. So I have a whole other problem with this dude now. Okay. Admitting to doing that, I'm sorry, but we got issues, bro. We got issues. Like, we can meet up somewhere, issues type thing. That bugs me. That's wrong. I'm sorry to say it like that, but it's just wrong. Big issues. And on top of it, this is your stepfather. Okay. No, no.
Sorry. You're not my kid's dad. You don't touch my kid.
100%. Like, Brandy has always disciplined my children. She's never put her hands on them. Okay. I've told her to do it. She won't do it. Vice versa. I've never touched my stepchildren either. Ever. I barely have ever spanked my own children, but you just don't do that's an unwritten rule. You don't do that. Okay. Unless somebody asks you to. And even then, that's not your child. You know what I'm saying?
Hi, Cassie.
I had my stepkids' dad telling me if they do something wrong, whoop their butt. I'm like, yeah, okay, no, sorry. It's just not, I'm not comfortable with that. That's not my child biologically. Oh yeah, Leo, my son, Caden, he's 17. He's very high functioning. He's got chronic ADHD and oppositional defiant disorder, and he is wholeheartedly very high functioning on the spectrum. So yes, that's why. In fact, Leo, my son is almost an identical match to Sebastian, which is why this case is so close to me. Other than their age, Caden's 17, Sebastian's 15. That's the difference there. Right, Paula. Sorry about that, hon. My apologies. I forgot to mention that. Right. That's right, Skinny. If you're the step parent, you defer those issues to the biological parent. Okay. I have had, and I've been told, like I said, he's told me, if they do something wrong, whoop their butt. I can't. I won't. And these kids have respect for me. They look to me as their father. I have, you've seen the other one that I use, the red cup. My biological kids didn't buy this for me. My stepkids did. When you build a relationship with your children, your stepchildren, it can show. It will show. I had a conversation with Cletus the other night when I was talking to him and Clue, and he brought it up before I did, but I wholeheartedly agree with him. That I don't think Chris has ever had a real relationship with Sebastian. I think he pretends to have one.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. That's my opinion at this point. That he's trying to make it look like he's had one, and I don't think he does. I just don't. I'm sorry. 100%, Carolyn. You don't need to do that to get your point across. You don't need to do that to prove or to teach a child. You don't. Now, I'll be honest, guys. I had my ass whooped when I was a kid. I got my ass whooped by my uncle with a razor strap. If you know what that is, that's 2 belts put together, and it's thick. Okay. My mom has caught me with the belt a couple times. I got hit with the paddle. I was disciplined like that way, but I wasn't abused. There's a difference. Okay. It wasn't a beat you all over the house type thing. It was a 1, 2, you're done. And I turned out okay. Not a drama nana. Not a drama nana. I love that. That's awesome. Absolutely. I love the name. Welcome. It's good to see you here. But yeah, it's not the way to do things, guys. Not at all. Do you know that you can do more with a child by speaking to them? Now, especially a child that has autism or anything like that. Beating a child with a belt, smacking them in the face. No. No.
It gives me goosebumps.
I don't. That was one thing the creature did that I hated, especially with my oldest, is smacking her in the mouth. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't do that. Just telling you, you don't do that. It's
Welcome
wrong.
to the size, Leo.
Leo, hey. Welcome. It's so nice to see you guys jumping in here and becoming a part of this awesome family. We love it. We love you and appreciate you very much. 100% pick me. Katie brought up a part of something she was talking about the other day about when Sebastian would like have a tantrum or something. They asked what she would do. She brought up something called a pressure hug. We've done that with Caden a lot, okay, when he was younger. And all that is you're giving this child a hug and you're holding him tight or her with more pressure than a typical hug because it gives them that sense of security and it calms them down.
Well, not only that, but it compresses their muscles so they tighten
Right.
and then they relax.
Yes, thank you. That's the physical attribute to it, right? So again, like I said, and Mama Bear, she has children too that have certain issues. We all do, guys.
Yep.
Which is why we're here doing what we're doing, okay? There's ways to do things that don't need to be done that way. Welcome back. It's so great to see you, True Crime and other stuff. I love that name too. I appreciate you coming back. Deception, Dismantled, Echoes of Clarity. I love that name too.
Wow.
Your guys' names are really awesome. As hitting them with a belt, he would take them in a room close. Oh, wait, did I miss the rest of it? Here, first part.
Yep.
Yes, I'm traumatized by a belt that was not used on me. My sister is 19 years older than me, so niece and nephew are my age. Mine is 6 months, 2 years younger. My brother-in-law used to hit them, though. We thought, oh, wait a minute. As hitting them with a belt, he would take them in a room, close the door, and they would scream.
Oh.
No, I don't. I just got goosebumps from that too.
Oh, it was fake?
That's not funny at all.
No, that's not funny.
That's mentally.
Oh my gosh.
Mentally incapacitating. That's sick. That's sick.
Wow.
Who does that? No, you can't do that.
Yeah. No.
I'm sorry, Deception, that you had to go through. That's horrific. Miss Sherry, welcome. Good to see you, darling. Thank you for joining us. Absolutely, Brandy. Absolutely. Again, another one of my mods, Matthew. Her child is a very low functioning autistic. He's not verbal. He's verbal, but he's not clarified. Okay, but he's a beautiful child, and he's part of this family here too. By the way, we all love Matthew. So Brandy knows as well as the rest of us the things that go on in regards to autistic children, and so on and so forth. Again, why we do all this. Thank you, Fox. I will get that pulled out here soon with these other ones too. Cameron, right, Cherry. Cameron never got it with a belt. He didn't understand. They don't. That's my point. They don't understand anything other than you're hurting this person. That person is hurting me. Why are you hurting me? That's their mentality when this is going on, folks. It doesn't make sense. You don't.
And then you tell them why you're hurting them, and they're like, okay, why was that wrong?
Right. Bingo. You don't discipline an autistic child. You teach them. That's discipline for an autistic child. You teach them. And if anybody wants to argue with me, you can argue with me. I don't care. It pisses me off to no end. I've done 17 years of research on this, folks. I think I know what I'm talking about, as well as the other stuff. That's all I'm saying. So we just gotta.
What's wrong, true crime time?
There's nothing wrong with doing it with a. How do you put this? A child that's not autistic, they understand it better. You see what I'm saying? And there's no issues with it that way. So, yeah, that is horrible deception. I agree, Arctic. I definitely do. Peaceful parenting. Agreed. I agree very much, JC.
Hey, Moni.
Let's say my grandson's autistic and you can't even yell at him. He'll be uncontrolled. I understand. Yeah, I went through that with Caden too. Raising your voice. So anyway, not to get this show is not supposed to be about discipline, guys, but these things that kind of irritated me seeing that. So that's just my thoughts on it, you know. That seems to be what works and has worked with Caden is the like taking his phone. That's a big one. Taking his phone away when he was younger, like his game system that would upset him. And the upset thing would be hold on, folks. I'm trying to check something here. But those things work, guys, talking to them, so on and so forth. Those things all work, in my opinion. You don't have to, or like I said, the pressure hugs and stuff like that. And that's, again, I'm referring to autistic children. Okay. Now, a child that doesn't have these issues, disciplining is different, guys. And that's all I'm trying to say. They will understand it better when you do stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
And you have to, Sarah. You always have to explain why.
All right, guys, there's 114 people in here. We got 79 likes.
Let's please fix that if we can and make a match if we will. So we can get this in the algorithm, please. 7657. That's awesome. 100% skinny. That works too. That works too. All right, guys. I'm going to pull up this interview with Nancy Grace. I'm not a huge fan of hers, but it is what it is. Welcome, Mischief. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, that's a good point, Deception. Refresh the stream before you hit the like. There you go. Or whatever. No problem, Virginia. Good to see you.
87, that's better.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Let me pull this up here.
Davey, yep, she sure is.
What?
Nancy Grace is still on TV? Well.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No comment. No comment.
Good God.
I'm gonna be about as respectful as I can. Exactly, Davey.
Yep.
You never could get past. Never could get past it.
I love to hate Nancy Grace.
I'm in that booth with you as well. All right, hold up, guys. Give me a second here. I just some of her faces and the way she says things, I just can't get past it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know how the audio is on this, folks. By the way, yes, she did. That's why you're right about that one. True crime and other stuff. She was all over the Casey Anthony thing, like big time, big time.
She was Idaho till everybody booted her.
Yeah. Well, she said some stuff in Idaho that she probably
Mm.
shouldn't have. That's probably my opinion, but
Yeah.
welcome, slow Southern style. Good to see you, and thank you. Yeah, Doodle. Yeah, you could say that again. You could definitely say that again. What's up, Steve? SWTC in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today.
Exactly, Davey.
Not, you know what? That's I said that. My wife said that, Skinny, a long time ago. Like she needs to change her name, and my wife said it first, and I said, "Why?" She goes, "She don't show no grace." I
Nope.
said, "You ain't lying." That's funny. So funny.
Pick me, she can be.
She sold Girl Scout cookies in Idaho without a permit. What? I'm done. I'm done. Yes, that's true too, Fox. 100%. That's another one I can't handle.
Mm-hmm.
Betty. Yes, pick me. She is hateful. Kim Marin, welcome back. Good to see you. Somebody else I just saw. Skinny's in the house. All of you guys that jumped in here, thank you so much for jumping in with us. And I appreciate all the lurkers out there as well. But please, if you will, on the way through, please hit that like button. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're at 92. Getting there.
We need 8 more. Can we do that? What? Please. Mm-hmm. No, I got you, Molly. Thank you, hon. Once again. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at, Mama?
I don't know. I'm in Indiana. I don't know where you're at.
I swear.
Is a missing autistic teen, Sebastian Rogers. The hunt is on for this boy. Did he wander away from home entirely barefoot? This as eerie surveillance footage emerges outside Sebastian's home, purportedly of 2 people with flashlights. What does that mean? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. First of all, listen to this.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
You are hearing Sebastian's mother describing the moment that she realizes Sebastian is gone. Again, I'm Nancy Grace, and I want to thank you for being with us. The search for Sebastian is on. And let me, right off the top, give you the tip line, 615-451-3838. Repeat, 615-451-3838. Look at
Welcome, Thin Mint and Heather
this
Fitzgerald. Thank you for
boy
joining us,
needs
guys.
our help. Where is Sebastian? Joining me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, I want to go out to a very special guest. This is Sebastian's father joining us, Seth Rogers. Mr. Rogers, thank you for being with us. Could you recount for us when you learned Sebastian is missing? I know it just seems completely surreal.
Son, there's no words for it. I mean, when I found out that he was gone, I was just like, I headed over to Katie's house, see what was going on, and he's not here. I don't know where he's at. I've been looking for him every day. It's just
Seth, what have you been doing to look for him every day? And I know that to be true. You are looking for him every day. Guys, please look at Sebastian. This young boy is autistic. He may not, in a scared and emotional and lost state, he may not even be able to tell someone who he is and where his home is. He is out there lost, and the Lord only knows where. Seth, what have you been doing to find Sebastian?
been handing out flyers every day. I've been on some podcasts. I've done some face-to-face interviews on the news. I'm just anything I can. I've been to the south side of Nashville.
And you know, one thing she said here really kind of hits home a little bit because he hasn't been on his medication for about over a month, folks. He very well, I know he's functioning, very high functioning, and he's verbal, but that doesn't mean that he's not reacting to the situation in a bad way. He still may not be able to speak, articulate things in the way that he should be able to because of the fact that he's not on his medication. I don't know, but it's something else that bugs me that's part of this. You know what I'm saying? So,
Have they said at all what medications he's on?
no, they
No.
said it's probably because of HIPAA.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I know, like, each child's on different meds, folks. Caden took something called methylphenidate, okay, which is kind of like what's the one that starts with a C? Not Claritin, that's allergy. It's something else like that. But in
Not
it,
clonidine?
no,
No.
but Caden used to
Um,
take that too to sleep. It's not Adderall.
Concerta?
Yeah, it's a version of
There we go.
Concerta, but it was a newer version. It hadn't even been completely approved by the FDA, I believe, but it worked and it would help him to focus. It's not Claritin Angel, that's for allergies. Yeah, it was another version, like an upgraded version of Concerta, and it really did work. Caden can't take any of the stimulants because they give him heart palpitations. Okay. And
Yeah,
he
Echo
used to,
complains of that too.
he used to be on Vyvanse skinny, and that he grew out of that, I guess. He had the highest dose and it was done. So, and you guys have seen him. He's a big kid. He's like, almost 6 foot tall. And
My husband's struggling with that right now.
Vyvanse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it something happened, but the methylphenidate worked out to be very good. And then his doctor retired and kind of left us floating. Qualbry. No, we looked at that one, Kels. So
What?
we haven't gotten on that one yet. But anyway, the point is that's I don't know what medication he's on. He's probably on a couple, I believe. Caden was on clonidine as well at one point to help him sleep until he started sleepwalking and he fell and almost knocked himself out, hit his head on the toilet.
Yikes.
That's a blood pressure medication. And it was dropping his blood pressure down so low.
Yeah.
It's like, no. So we took him off that. Yeah, Qualbry is a new one, Kels. Ritalin, no, Virginia. He can't take Ritalin because it's an I don't know about
Stimulant.
but stimulant. Yeah, Caden couldn't do that. And he's also taking that's true, SRB. He's also taking iron pills because he's anemic. Or has very low iron, one of the two.
What's the new one?
Qualbry.
I haven't heard of it.
QUELLBREE, I believe. Risperidone, Abilify, right.
Huh.
He has a chromosome disease. Right. Welcome, not today. Good to see you. There's a lot of medications out there for this stuff, folks. That's the thing. And that's see, I'm supposed to be on meds too, but I can't take them because they interact with my other medications that I have to be on for adult ADHD. And that's why I'm so all over the place and I forget things and stuff all the time. So I'm not taking anything. I should be though. Thorazine, both ADHD and mental. Yeah, absolutely, Fox. I got you, Bo. I get it. So all right, let's move forward with this. I just wanted to, that's the other thing. There we go. It advisor Risperidone. Yeah, it does. Especially with children, it really does. They start thinking and saying weird things that they don't. Okay, we can look at that SRB, no problem. All right, let's go forward with this.
Nashville, I've been to Franklin, I've been to Bellevue, I've been through Henderson, I've been through Gallatin, I've been through Clarksville, I've been through Oak Grove, Kentucky. I mean, I'm handing out flyers, finding out. I mean, just, I want everybody to see my son and know that he's missing, and that if you see him, call 911. I need my son back.
I'm just trying to get my mind around what you and Sebastian's mom are going through, because when I go in to wake up my twins, if they're not in the bed, which is rare, they're usually still asleep. If they're not in the bed, I immediately glance in the bathroom, and if they're not there, that's totally out of character. They're always right there in their bedroom in the morning when I wake them up. And that would be totally out of the normal if they weren't there. Tell me your understanding of what happened.
Katie told me that when she woke up Monday morning that he wasn't in his room and she can't find him. And I heard that once I got there. When I got off of work, I had a text message from the stepfather, Chris, and a missed phone call. And I called him, and he told me that Sebastian was missing and he didn't know what had happened. So I headed
Okay, let
into
me
their
ask you
house.
a couple of quick questions, Seth. Number one, is there any type of a burglar alarm in the home?
I don't know. I don't live there.
Okay. Okay, that is not helping me. Let me see if I can find that out. I'm going to go to Aaron Cantrell on that from News Channel 5. So we don't know if there's a burglar alarm. Was a window open in Sebastian's home, in his room?
Not that I am aware of.
Well, Nancy, we
Okay.
don't know. We do know that they did search the perimeter of the house. And I know one day when I was out there, when they were searching, they had a dive team out there. They were searching the grounds, but the area is very, it's some parts of it is very rural, and they're doing a lot of construction around the area. So there's a lot of construction, lots of subdivisions being built in that area. And like you mentioned earlier, the flashlights in the backyard, that was a very common area where people could potentially be walking, but it is odd at that early in the morning that there were 2 flashlights, in considering that's what detectives are saying, that they believe that Sebastian left the home barefoot with the flashlight. So that is very odd. But as you can see in these pictures here, it's a very rural area.
That was a bit too fast. Sorry about that. Hold on, guys. Check the back chat, Mama Bear, please, if you can.
They've called in teams from across Tennessee. I mean, they've gone as far east, as far west, bringing in different units to come search the property. They've drained ponds. They're looking everywhere. And they've searched about a 10-mile radius in thousands of miles, just going back and forth, until unfortunately they had to scale back that search.
So, Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message.
So immediately. When you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any signs of a forced entry at the front or back door or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything
Back
stolen
door
from the
was
home?
Not that I was informed of.
Okay. Do you
Back
know if
door-
there are burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
Okay, this interview is kind of out there. These questions don't make any sense to me. I'm sorry. Like, what bearing does this have on whatever? I'm gonna go on with it. Sorry.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6 miles? Did you say 6 miles?
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
He rode the bus. Is he mainstreamed? He is autistic. Is he mainstreamed with other students?
He's in their Why We
What?
Try program.
What is that?
It's for the special needs children, where they are doing the same tasks that the mainstream does, but they get a little bit extra time. if they have like 30 questions, then in the Why We Try program, they get like 20, and they get extra time to answer them. So they're still learning the same stuff.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. That morning, your wife calls you.
Bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. This is hard because I can't handle her, but I want to hear everything that Seth has to say. So just bear with me. I'm sorry to everybody else.
Your ex calls you about 7:20 a.m. Would that have been
No.
on a school day?
No, it was her husband that called me.
Okay, was that at 7:20 a.m.?
No, 7:20 a.m. is when I got to my vehicle because I got off of work at 7. My shift ended at 7. By the time I found out to make sure that I
Thank you,
didn't have to stay
Brandy.
over or anything, then I got to my truck about 7:20, and they had texted me and tried to call me on my cell phone at around 6:20.
And you found out about it at 7:20. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, did he go missing on a school day?
From my understanding, she put him to bed Sunday night, and yes, Monday morning he's missing.
Okay, so he's in his room Sunday night, Monday morning, he's gone out of his home. Could you tell me the level of the severity of his autism?
He's very intelligent. He's very smart. He just lacks social skills and reading of people's body language. He likes things to be in a routine. He likes to control his environment.
I'm looking at Sebastian right now, and it is breaking my heart thinking of this young boy, this autistic boy, possibly out in the wild, possibly with strangers he doesn't know. What would his reaction be to that, Seth Rogers?
I don't know, because I've never seen him have to deal with this. Most of the time, if he's with me, he gets his information from me about interacting with people. If I sit there and I'm meeting new people, I talk to him. It's like, son, you can introduce yourself if you like. If he does, he does. If he doesn't want to, I don't make him.
Seth, when was the last time you can verify that he was alive and well?
When I talk to him on Thursday,
How often do you see him?
I get to see him every other weekend.
By the way, guys, that's a big misconception a lot of people have. I know most of you guys probably understand, but some people don't, that autism does not mean that these children or people are not as smart as normal people. They don't get, like my son, for instance, they don't get social cues. They don't get public interaction and things like that is all really it is. So now that's a high functioning autistic person. Low functioning in some senses, they're not as verbal. They can't articulate certain things and stuff like that. But most of them, almost every instance I've seen, are smarter in certain aspects than most of us. Okay, so that's a big misconception, big, and I just want to make sure everybody understands that it has nothing to do with your intelligence levels. In fact, I struggled for 3 years to get my son an IEP, and you know why they kept telling me they denied it? Because his IQ is too high. That has nothing to do with this, you guys. I mean, it used to piss me off, but
Yep, we've had that conversation many times.
yeah, very much so. Mama Bear's gone through this stuff.
I'm still going through it.
That's you know what I mean? Brandy's been through this stuff. I'm still going through this because of Caden's grades. Academically, no, he can't function. You put him on a stage with a musical instrument or give him a microphone, forget this. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. But anyway, I'll keep going. And she's driving me nuts. She's asking multiple questions again and again that were already answered, but it is what it is.
And if he's on like a spring break or a fall break, or he's got an extended time away from school for like school days, when we had the weather was bad out here and they canceled school, he was with me. Summer breaks, I get him whenever he's out of school, except
Seth,
for the weekend.
whenever you have the opportunity to be with Sebastian, isn't it true that you exercise that opportunity? You are with him every chance possible under the law.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, I'm bringing in the rest of the panel. You are hearing Seth Rogers describe the moment he gets off of work at around 7 a.m., gets to his vehicle and realizes his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, thank you, since around 6:20-ish a.m. It's on a Monday morning to tell him his son, an autistic boy, is missing from their home. And from what I tell right now, you heard Aaron Cantrell jumping in earlier, and thank you for that, Aaron. Please don't hold back, Aaron. We're not having high tea at Windsor Castle. Aaron is joining us from News Channel 5 in Nashville. Aaron, thank you for being with us. I don't hear anything so far about a forced entry, about a window being open, about anything being taken from the home. I understand that the mother put him to bed at regular bedtime for school the next morning, and that around 6 to 6:20 a.m. Monday morning, she says she goes into his bedroom to wake him, and he is gone. Aaron or Seth or anyone else on the panel, do we know that anything else was missing, such as his backpack, a cell phone, something he liked? Do we know anything about anything missing from the home?
There's a link in chat
Anybody?
now.
His mother said that he's missing a keychain flashlight. That's it.
His keychain flashlight. Interesting, Seth Rogers. When I come in, I put my driver's license and credit cards, which are in a rubber band. That's my pocketbook. All of that, and my key in a certain spot in the kitchen. Rarely do I put it anywhere else. This is what I'm asking, Seth. You told me that your son, autistic boy, Sebastian, likes things in a certain way in a routine, like many of us. Would he have had that flashlight? And I believe you said keys, flashlight and keys attached to each other?
It's a keychain flashlight. It's a flashlight that would go in your keys.
I bet he always put them in a certain place, didn't he?
In my house, all of his stuff is in his upper drawer. When the police showed up at my house to look, upper drawer, house key, wallet, everything's in his upper drawer.
Aaron Cantrell, News Channel 5
Yes.
Nashville. Hold on just a moment. Joining me right now is an
Did we lose him? Dago, did you disappear? Or is it me? We lost Dago. Okay. I was like, what happened?
Hi, Mama Bear.
Hi, JC. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Just enjoying my day off. So
Me too. I hear you on that.
yes, I stayed late at work last night, but I still got up. So
Yeah, I worked till, let's see, what was yesterday? I went in at 8, left at 2:30. So it wasn't too bad. Then I
you
got
work
up
at
this
night
morning.
too?
I work basically midday. So usually it's like 11 in the morning to 6.
Oh,
So it just,
Sorry, my internet's doing that stupid shit again. My apologies, guys.
we figured that we were just chit-chatting.
If that happens, that's what it is, folks. Just understand. I'm here. I'm
It's just
trying.
I was typing something in chat and then it just went quiet and I was like, where'd you go?
If we go into an outage, we may have to flip-flop this to Mama Bear's side of things, but we'll continue going as long as she's okay with that.
Oh yeah, sure.
Sorry about that, everybody. I have the most garbage internet in the planet, so
Seriously.
don't ever get Optimum. If you don't have it, don't get it. That's all I'm saying. All I have. Anyway, let's go.
order.
And welcome,
For
JC.
many varied reasons.
hi, Dago.
If this was missing from Sebastian's home, I would venture to hypothesize he took it with him.
Correct. Yes. And, without knowing Sebastian personally, I can't make any assumptions about his behavior, but knowing that this was not a typical history for him to wander, to leave the house in the middle of the night, it is interesting that he did leave with that keychain flashlight.
Another thing, which is quite the dichotomy, Courtney Lasky, and I'm going to throw this to you as well, Seth Rogers. If he was in such routine, as I believe he was, due to his circumstances being autistic, why would he have left without his shoes? That is not his routine. This is not a child that leaves the home without his shoes. First of all, Seth, how do I know he didn't have his shoes?
3 pairs of shoes were at the front door. His old tennis shoes, his new tennis shoes that his mama had just bought him, and the boots that I had just bought him. His mama had told me
wore another set of shoes.
His feet were growing.
So there's the answer to everybody's question with how many pairs of shoes did he own that Katie didn't want to answer, which is not that difficult, but there you go. 3 pairs of shoes. There's your answer.
Last time I had him for that, the last weekend I had him, his mama told me that his shoes weren't fitting anymore. And she asked me to get him shoes. And he wanted a pair of boots. So we went to Boot Barn and got him a pair of boots.
Is it possible he wore a different pair of shoes?
I don't think so, because if he's not fitting into them, she gets rid of them.
Okay, let me tell you something, Seth. My son and daughter have one of those shoe racks over the back of their closet door. And I see those closet doors 10 times a day. I would see if shoes were missing. I would know that.
There's no shoes in his
And
room.
Okay, there's my answer. He left without his shoes on.
Shoes get taken off at the front door, same as my house.
Same here. I always have people take their shoes off at the door. Just habit. So there were no shoes in his room. All the shoes were still sitting at the door. Can we confirm that, Seth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Guys, you may think, why is she asking and asking and asking about the same thing? I'll tell you why. Behavioral evidence of routine. Hold on, Courtney Lasky, because this touches on you as well. Dr. Sherry Schwartz is with me, forensic psychologist specializing in victim advocacy at panthermitigation.com. Dr. Sherry, thank you for being with us. Dr. Sherry, when I say routine evidence, I don't mean mundane evidence, just, the regular evidence. I mean evidence of routine. For instance, if I came and sat down in this chair in this studio and Jackie was not right there, she would either be dead or on the way or in the hospital, period, because that's her routine, right? So this autistic child would not have left in the middle of the night without a pair of shoes on. And that is telling me something probatively. It proves something to me. What do you think of it, Dr. Sherry?
I agree completely, Nancy. I actually saw an interview that Mr. Rogers gave about this particular issue and how when he was younger, Sebastian, he went outside barefoot and he stepped into an anthill of fire ants. And so dad doesn't believe that he would go out barefoot. And so this goes to that behavioral evidence that you're talking about. This is another fact that's very important that we need to pay attention to, because this is not something that Sebastian would normally do. And we know this because he's had a prior experience. So these are really important cues in an investigation like this.
Dr. Sherry Schwartz, a lot of people may think that means nothing, that I can't find his shoes, but it means a lot to me. And I guarantee you it would mean a lot to any mother or father hearing this evidence. Seth, what does it mean to you? Was he prone to go outside and wander around at all, period, number one, at night in the dark, number two, and without his shoes on, number three? Would he ever have done that, Seth?
No. I mean, the only time he goes outside at night at my house is to put the trash in the trash can, which is right outside my front door. That's it.
I'm very curious about this. And one more thing, while it's on my mind, does he have social media, Seth?
No, he does not.
Okay, good. I can rule that out, or at least we don't think he does. Does he have a cell phone?
He does have a cell phone.
Where's the cell phone?
At his mom and stepfather's.
So he didn't take his cell phone. Seth, is he like every other boy in America glued to his cell phone?
When he has access to it.
When does he have access?
When he has access to like YouTube and stuff like that, he is glued to his phone because he likes to watch videos about Minecraft and he likes to watch videos of people playing Minecraft.
Okay, you
thank you, dude. Oh, thank you.
Each other on Minecraft. Did you know that?
No,
I didn't know that. I found out.
Is the videos he watches videos of people playing it on YouTube.
Does he play it?
I think he has it for his Switch at his mom's house, but and he's glued to that all the time.
We need a forensic search of that phone pronto, Seth, because I find it very curious if he went voluntarily, that he didn't take the phone with him. Okay, because it'd be a cold day in HEWL that either one of my 16-year-olds would go anywhere without their phone. And it's not just them. I mean, everybody takes their phone with them everywhere they go. It's like their magic wand. You can't be without it. So I find it interesting. Did the mom have the phone put away? Could he have taken it with him?
Most of the time I've seen the phone plugged in on the counter on the little bar in their kitchen.
Okay, I'm going to Courtney Lasky joining us, expert in children and teens with autism. Courtney, you've been listening. Weigh in.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Nancy. This is a very unusual pattern of behavior that we're looking at. If this child has access to a cell phone, like you said, Minecraft is social media, YouTube is social media, anywhere that he would have access and the ability to talk with others. My concern would be related to his autism diagnosis and that deficit in communication and understanding of social skills. Is it possible that peers at school or someone has contacted him through these gaming methods? Bullying, peer pressure, was he persuaded to leave perhaps from his mom's house in the middle of the night?
I know
Is that
that
you
his
jumping in, Seth?
yes, ma'am. I know that his phone was locked down. He had no internet access. He only had the ability to take pictures on his phone, text on his phone, FaceTime, and telephone calls. Everything else was locked down on his phone.
Have the police looked at his phone? Have they taken his phone to look at who he may have been speaking to?
Yes, ma'am.
Question:
first-
Where is this coming? Where's this coming from, Aaron Cantrell? That people saw flashlights, 2 people with flashlights around the property the night that Sebastian disappears. And I keep seeing in all the headlines the night that Sebastian wandered off barefoot. I don't think that's what happened. He's never wandered off before. What? Go ahead, dear.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we got that video a little later, so we just got that video maybe and released it within like the last week or so. But this is from just neighborhood video, like the Ring doorbell cameras. In that subdivision from the reporting, there's not street lights there, so that's why it's so pitch black and it's so late at night. But you see those 2 flashlights. But what's interesting is where these lights are. It's almost a common area, so it wouldn't be odd if someone may have been out at that time walking their dog or something of that nature. But the fact that Sebastian did leave with a flashlight, and there are 2 flashlights seen in that video, and it is pitch black and very concerning.
Oh my God. But anyway, that's a good point. Like, and I've seen a couple people mention this. If his phone's locked down, how do you get on YouTube? Okay.
I would have
mean,
to know how it's locked down in order to.
I mean, like Caden was able to access YouTube on this TV here and on his phone, but it was locked out beyond that. Like he couldn't get into anything other than specific channels. Okay. Because I didn't want him watching other stuff until just this past year. So, I don't know. And that's interesting to me. It could have just been that he was told not to get on certain things. Whether or not he did it or not, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's interesting though. Yeah. You can't set. You can't.
There you go.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
From what Seth is saying and what Katie is saying, or whatever her name is,
Yeah.
the math ain't mathin'.
No, it's not at all. Yeah, thus far 1 + 1 is equaling 4. So we got issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, did I hear that they were out Sunday night to dinner with a nephew?
I don't know about the nephew, but I did hear that they were out to dinner Sunday night.
Is there any? Oh boy. Is there a camera at the front door?
I'm not sure. I have not
Is there
heard.
any cameras in like, does the house have a camera on the front door or the back door is my question. Do we know that?
I don't think they have any cameras.
So if they don't, then I think
Tracy said it was a niece.
a niece. Okay, yeah. Don't matter. They were out to dinner with another family member. She said that the last time she seen him was at 9 o'clock when he went to bed. Is that correct?
Yes, she sent him to bed at 9 o'clock.
And then heard a noise at like midnight or 10 o'clock or whatever and said, I don't care what you're doing, just go to bed.
Yeah, something like that. Because I think she went to bed at midnight.
And then at 6 a.m. So we have a 6-hour window.
Yes.
That we're looking at. I'm real suspicious that there's a whole, she needs to account for that time. It somehow. I mean, I do understand most.
Caroline, that's not.
But if you're gonna do something, you're gonna do it when nobody's looking. And guess when nobody's looking? Between midnight and 4 a.m. Just saying.
Neighbors seen him Sunday take trash can out to road.
Yes.
Okay, so that was Sunday. He disappeared Monday. Okay. I know, but maybe we could have worded it a little different, Caroline. Sorry. Just when it comes to kids.
And I will say this, my cousin is autistic and his mom is a teacher, and I tell you what, they worked with that kid they did homework every night for 2 hours, or if they didn't have any homework, she found them homework to work on for at least an hour every night. And he
It's
is
me, Kels. Just kidding. It's JC and me and Vega.
He did at least an hour of homework every night, no matter what. He has always done the laundry in the house. I mean, those, like, the brother isn't autistic, but the older one is. But they do chores, they take out the trash, they do the dishes. I think the mom cooks, but she don't clean. She cooks, they clean. The one boy, the autistic boy, was in charge of the family laundry. I mean, this kid he's never broken a rule in his life. He was in FFA and they went on a trip, and him and his brother were due to room with a couple other boys, and he went up to his little brother, and he's like, I don't think I want to room with John or whatever his name was. And the other one's like, why? And he's like, because I don't want to get caught with chewing tobacco, because apparently he thought this other kid chewed. He's like, if we get caught with chewing tobacco in the room, even if it's not ours, we're going to get in trouble. Things like that. He's like, I don't even want to room with him. He's able to drive, but he makes sure everyone is buckled up. I mean, like I said, he's never broken a rule in his life. And he's very, very, he's very routine, very routine. But not a man of very many words. He doesn't talk a lot, and you kind of have to listen when he does talk. But he's just, he is just the best kid ever. Like that. My cousins got so lucky with having just the best kids. I don't, I have another friend, and I'll say this too, is autistic kids are intelligent in a different way. Usually they're very, very smart in one subject or one area. But like my friend that has autism is not so street smart. So they don't, like you say, they react to, discipline in a different way. Like they don't understand. All they know is that, they don't know why. They just know that they're, if their parents are doing stuff to them, they just know that they're getting hurt. They don't understand why. That's why, explaining
Absolutely.
explaining what you're doing, what they're doing wrong to an autistic kid is good enough.
So 100%. I agree.
And I'm just telling you, my insights on, experiences with autistic people.
Yeah. Absolutely appreciate that.
They have
Absolutely.
some social awkwardness. But my close friend that has autism, he works at Walmart, so he has to, it's a good thing for him to have to interact with people, and he does a great job, I think. And my cousin, he got a job at the hardware store, and he will do, the kid and even my friend will do anything. He'll go above and beyond. And my grandpa, was a very hardworking man. I mean, this man worked it, he worked his regular job for 36 years. For 10 of those years, he owned a grocery store on the side. And then when he retired, he went into business for himself for 25 years and then died a year later. But that in my grandpa was also in the Navy. So like you get the point of my family, the men in my family's work ethics. And my grandpa said that if I was to get an employee, I would hire Braden in a heartbeat. He'd be my number one person.
Gotcha. Thank you for the insight. I appreciate it.
Exactly, Arctic.
What worries me more than anything are the numerous bodies at 100% because he's drawn to water too. That's something I've been worried about from day one.
Me too.
And it's just scary.
It's the first place my brain went when I heard this.
Right. But let me get this rolling so we can get through this interview here and get this gone. Thank you again, JC. I appreciate that, hon.
Sorry,
Very
I
much.
went off on a tangent.
It's okay. It's okay.
Put him up. Why do you keep saying Sebastian did leave? Why are you saying that? Would you go out in the middle of the night and leave without your shoes on? I'm just curious. Would you, Aaron?
No, you make a good point. I would not leave without my shoes.
I don't think you would either. Even more so because you're hearing Courtney Lasky and Seth Rogers state this boy is autistic. He doesn't think the same way we think. We have to try to think like him. He liked everything in a particular routine. His routine was he wore shoes every time he went out after the ant bed incident. Okay? So, no. Why would he go missing? And let me ask you something else, Aaron Cantrell. Isn't it true? The Emergency Management Agency Director, Ken Widener, has told us that the canines could not pick up a scent outdoors.
Exactly. They have not been able to pick up a scent. They had a false hit, but then that did not turn out to be anything because when Sebastian went missing, it was kind of a warm day that first day. But after the next day of the search, it went extremely cold. It was rainy, which made it even more concerning because here you have this 15-year-old who has autism with no shoes on and, maybe a sweatshirt and sweatpants, but it is now cold. So they were concerned about hypothermia as well. So a lot of factors kind of changed the search as well, but they have not picked up a scent at all.
Officials have now been able to analyze home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood and discover signs of what may have happened to Sebastian. 2 people near the family home. And as I recall, it was around 3:10 a.m. that Monday, 3:10 a.m. Who in the hay is walking around, 2 people, 2 flashlights at 3:10 a.m. in that neighborhood? And coincidentally, it is the same time during which Sebastian goes missing, which leads me to our guest, Douglas McGregor, geographic profiler specializing in violent crime and missing people. You can find him at the Geo Profiler. Douglas, thank you so much for joining us. A lot's happening right here. No canine scent outside. No shoes. No break-in. No theft. The phone's still there. Weigh in.
So if we look at each of these, the no shoes thing, there's a lot of autistic people who actually enjoy going barefoot. It connects them with the earth. They like that texture, that feel. There's a whole campaign, barefooting for autism. So I know that, and I did read the article.
Let me stop you right there, Douglas. Let me stop you right there. Seth Rogers,
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
right. But does that have anything to do with Sebastian? Did Sebastian go barefoot outside? Was he part of Barefoot for Autism? Do you know?
No, he's got a pair of slippers that he wears, so he doesn't have to put on socks and shoes. He puts those on if he's going to go out to the trash or check the mail and doesn't want to put socks on.
Have you seen him since the ant bed incident go outside barefoot?
No, not at my house.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Douglas McGregor. Go ahead.
So continuing on with just how he left the premises, the other question I have is the wording in that law enforcement is giving out with regard to what he was wearing, the clothing, that he was in a black sweater and black sweatpants. How do we know that? Did he go to bed in that clothing? How do we know he didn't wake up in the middle of the night and change clothing? I think the wording should be he may be in a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, or he may have those things on him if they are missing from his house. But we don't know that he left in those.
That's a really good point, Seth Rogers. What about it? Is that what he slept in? How do we know that's what he was wearing?
His mom said that he was wearing black leisure pants and a black T-shirt when he went to bed.
Guys,
So
I want
they-
you to hear what Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy of Sumner County Sheriff's, has to say.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Did he? Did he walk off? If so,
Welcome
why
back,
are
M. Cause.
canines not picking up his scent? I can tell you this, Seth Rogers, and to you, Douglas McGregor, the best witness I ever put on the stand, and all the years I tried cases, and I don't mean shopliftings, I mean felony homicides, violent crimes, was a dog. If the dog tells me the dog cannot pick up a scent, I believe the dog. So I'm having a hard time accepting what I'm hearing, that this young autistic boy just wandered out in the middle of the night without shoes on. Okay, back to you, Douglas McGregor. Tell me more of your analysis.
So looking at what the canines were able to pick up, those canines should be picking up.
Welcome, Bonnie.
And it's all based on Sebastian's routine activities. You know, does he go to a friend's house during the week? Does he go to the corner store? Does he occasionally walk to school, even taking the bus? Those canines should be picking up all those scents from that 7 days past, because canines regularly train from scenarios where someone's gone missing from 1 hour up to 7 days, and bloodhounds can pick up even longer than 7 days. So those canines should be picking up scents. They should be tracking those scents and then ruling them out as an activity from the past that isn't associated with him going missing on that Sunday evening.
Guys, we were just showing you an aerial sketch of a landfill search. There's nothing good about that. Seth Rogers, why have you been told that authorities are searching a land?
They told me they just wanted to make sure that there was nothing there.
Aaron Cantrell joining me, News Channel 5 out of Nashville. Aaron, what can you tell me about this landfill search?
Yeah, Nancy. So they had got a tip that potentially from the garbage workers that maybe the trash may have been off a little bit. So just following up on that tip.
What do you mean by that? You can't just throw a grenade into my mind palace and expect me not to follow up. What do you mean something was off?
So basically, the
Let him finish and you'll hear it.
They have
Right?
garbage truck drivers that come to the house, and when they picked up the garbage can, it just felt more heavier than normal. So they just said that to the authorities. So just to follow up on that tip, they went out to the landfill to search, because that's where the trash is taken. There in Sumner County, they take it out there to Kentucky. So just following up on that tip, that's what kind of led them out there, because we're used to our garbage, the same garbage truck workers coming out there. They know kind of how the trash usually feels every single day, so it felt a little off for them. So that's why they told that to the authorities. So that's kind of what led them to the landfill to start looking around.
Seth Rogers, have you been asked to take a polygraph?
No,
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I volunteered.
I'm glad to hear that. You know why? I hold every parent to the gold standard. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mark Class. His daughter Polly was kidnapped from the home. She was horribly molested and murdered. When cops came, he, like you, was separated or divorced from his wife and lived separately. You know what he said when they came at the door? He's like, take my fingerprints, search my home, search my car, search my office, do whatever you want. Find my daughter. Find who took my daughter, because it's not me. I'll take a poly. I'll do whatever you want. And they did.
Now, a couple of people have asked me if I saw the interview last night. I haven't, but we're gonna review it here next if I can get through this. Because I've heard it was interesting, so I want to take a look at it. Okay. That was irritating. Sorry.
All of that. Of course, it wasn't him, it was somebody else. But that said, has the mother and stepfather taken a polygraph?
Dago, I have another
No, the
question.
mobiles.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't there like a different levels of, I mean, I know missing people are all on the missing list, but when you have like a medication that you're supposed to be taking, or have dementia, or are pregnant, or anything like that, do they consider you, is it called missing and endangered? And has he been have you ever heard that he's been listed as missing and endangered? Or has there been any sense of the word of the endangerment he may be in due to not being able to take his medications?
What did TBI? Hold on a second. Let me pull it up real quick. Of course, it's going to pull up a TBI. I'm trying to remember how they. I think that's why they issued the Amber Alert, if I remember right, because of the medical. Because initially it was just a missing person. And then
Okay.
because of the medical, they then issued the Amber Alert, if I
Okay.
remember right. Let me see.
So, and I've asked this before. Do you guys know the criteria you have to meet for an Amber Alert?
Yeah, hold on a second. I can tell you.
I'm just way into this. Like, I'm just thinking out loud, but Dago knows that about me.
What?
I said I know his mother has.
So she agreed to a polygraph. What about stepfather?
I have no idea.
Guys, there is a reward for information in the search for this little autistic boy. Aaron Cantrell, I want you to take a listen to what Chief Deputy Eric Craddock has to say. Listen.
Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search around the home, looking for any evidence, any trace of Sebastian. At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations. Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative side. We are still committed to finding Sebastian and bringing him home safe. We have no leads, no details to indicate that Sebastian is not alive.
From what I know, I can tell you that at this juncture, the family has totally cooperated with police. I'm curious about these flashlights. Back to you, Aaron Cantrell, joining us from News Channel 5. Aaron, I'm deducing, nobody's told me this, that the flashlights of apparently two people were seen in that neighborhood. Was it on Ring Cam?
Yeah, they believe it's a kind of a neighborhood kind of video. So either Ring or some version of that in the neighborhood, which I'm in a Facebook group called Finding Sebastian Rogers, and neighbors have posted in there. Like one neighbor said, if he would have walked near their house, you have those automatic lights that sometimes come on, but that didn't come on. But in the video with the flashlights, you see two flashlights. That's all you can see because it's so dark. There's no street lights in the neighborhood, but you see two lights walking towards kind of a to the right of the video. But then you see, I think it may be into a wooded area, and then one of those both those lights disappear. But then you see one person stay away, but then some other person or thing comes back into the camera. So that's kind of odd too, because.
And this is the thing, you guys, for those of you that, excuse me, sorry, didn't see the outlying area in this neighborhood, their development is surrounded by woods, nothing but woods, okay? So somebody could come in or out of this neighborhood through these woods with no problem, especially in the dark. You're not going to be seen by anybody. And things can be done in the woods that people don't see because they're in the woods, okay? So that's something else to keep in mind here, whether it's whoever it is, I'll just put it that way, that is responsible for this. And we have to check that poll here soon. But anyway, moving forward, I want to get through this so we can check out this other interview and keep moving, guys, because there's going to be, I also want to cover when it hits the Soto press conference, guys. So let's keep going.
You see two flashlights leave, and then you see some sort of body of something of one person walk back through the camera.
I'm curious, how close were the flashlights to their home, to Sebastian's home?
Very close. So it's kind of right behind the home, kind of in like a common area of the neighborhood. So, like a subdivision, there may be kind of like some grassier area. Maybe people may walk their dogs, that sort of thing. So kind of a common area, but very close to Sebastian's home.
So these flashlights, we think two people, were right behind Sebastian's home. Is that correct, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also telling me that there are lights that come on automatically that are motion censored on Sebastian's home?
That's what one of the neighbors alluded to in a Facebook post early on in the investigation. You know, there was a Facebook group started, and you know, right now it's flooded with a lot of individuals. In the beginning, it was definitely more just family and neighbors. And one neighbor did mention that if he was to have walked by their home, their motion lights would have come on if he walked on the side of their home. So that was kind of odd too, because that's why the neighbor said that was suspicious to her, because her light normally comes on if anybody walks past the home.
And Aaron, those lights, the motion activated lights on Sebastian and the neighbor's home did not come on.
No, which is in the video when you see the flashlights. That's why all you can see are the 2 dots of the flashlight. You can't really see anything else.
Aaron, this Ring doorbell camera or something similar, did it ever show those outdoor light sensors coming on that night?
Not in that particular video. So that's the only video that we've been able to get our hands on. Authorities have said they've received several videos and things of that nature sent into them. But all they could confirm for us with that video was that was one of the pieces of evidence that they are looking at, and they are aware of that video. But authorities could have other videos that they're looking at, but that's the one that we've been able to get our hands on, which is just very odd considering, again, Sebastian, they have said that he had that flashlight with him.
Douglas McGregor. It grows curiouser and curiouser, to coin a phrase, because if he had walked out of that house, those motion sensor lights would have come on. But from what we can deduce, they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen the video. And my first question would be, let's just set aside the motion sensor lights for a moment. Who would he leave that house with if it wasn't one of the 3 parents? Who would it be? And those, that would be the next step in the investigation at that point, looking at that video.
And Seth, who can verify his last conversation other than the mom and the stepdad? He was at school on Friday. You spoke to him Thursday night. He was at school on Friday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know he was alive and well, say at 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Who saw him other than the parents from that afternoon, 3:30-ish, till we find out he's missing on Monday morning?
I don't know who else.
Seth. So I don't have
know.
any proof of life between Friday afternoon and Monday morning?
I haven't been informed of anything. My only proof of life would be Katie, his mom.
Okay, who is cooperating with police? Guys, I want to give you the tip line again. 615-451-3838. Repeat. 615.
Again, everybody, if you have it, write it down. If you don't have this, I'm telling you, because I have a lot of people that come in here from Tennessee area and Alabama and Kentucky. All of this is around him. I have people in Alabama putting up flyers and looking right now. Family of Brandy's that are down there that are doing this. I mean, he could be anywhere, you guys. Like I said the other day, what's up, Jingles? Good to see you. He could be in Alaska right now because it's been that long, okay? So I don't care where you're at. Take down this number. If you see something, say something. If you hear something, say something. Anything at all. I don't care if it's, well, there was a kid looking at a dog. I don't care. They have people to handle this. Anything is going to matter, okay? So take this number down, hold on to it, and just, if you hear something, call them, period. Please. I appreciate that so very much. What's up, Dahlia? Good to see you.
451-3838. Listen to Sebastian's mom, Katie.
We love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice. We just want our boy home. Bad.
That is from WSMV4. That also has the full discussion with Sebastian's mother, the full interview. WSMV4. To you, Seth Rogers, what are your final thoughts?
I'm just looking for my son. I want him to come home. I need people to look at his picture. Keep your eyes open. Keep your head up. If you see him, please call 911. I need my son back.
Do you think he left that home alone?
I have no idea what to think. It's not like him.
Seth, am I missing anything?
I'm missing something. This puzzle just isn't making sense. There's missing pieces to it. There's
There
just
really
missing
are.
pieces.
I've been following the search, and law enforcement has done a thorough job of using different assets at their disposal. But the search needs to be expanded. The number one reason that autistic children go missing are runaways, endangered runaways. And once that hits a certain point in time, statistically, it turns into a parent abduction is the number one leading cause. But based on his age, they need to expand this search. Where might he go? What method?
What's up, Mountain Man? How you doing, brother?
And they need to research everywhere that they've already searched within the 5 mile or 10 mile radius, because autistic children, they have a tendency to hide or avoid stimuli. So just loud noises in general, helicopters, sirens, people shouting. They may hide. They may seek out crevices. That construction site that the dog hit needs to be researched thoroughly.
Big time.
And this is something that not only law enforcement can do, but the parents can get together, volunteer searches within the community to search these areas as well.
There are 3 parents there, and only one of them has done any searching. Clue and Cletus met Seth at that construction site. He was there. Neither one of the other parents have been there. They live right there. Why are they not out doing this? You have every other parent in the planet looking for this child, except for the parents that should be. I don't understand that at all.
I will never get it.
And yes, Heather, Chris is the one that brought up that whole concrete comment. So we're about done with this here, guys, and then we're moving on to this other interview, because I want to see how we're days in and we're at multiple interviews. I want to see what changes. That's what I've been analyzing and watching in these interviews, is seeing what changes and what doesn't. It's very, very interesting to see that. So
Hold on, let me understand something. Aaron, you told me that the dogs had not made a hit. Wasn't that a false positive at the construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, it needs to be further investigated. Back to Seth, you keep saying that a piece of the puzzle is missing. Something is missing. It doesn't add up. What do you mean by that?
Something it doesn't add up. For him to break routine and to leave the house with no shoes, no socks on, no coat, something just doesn't make sense.
he didn't. That's why he
Let's
didn't.
bring Sebastian home. This boy needs us. 615-451-3838. Goodbye, friend.
Okay, thank God that's over. Thank you for bearing with me through that, folks. Like I said, anything that is talked about him, I know it's hard, but I wanted to hear what Seth had to say. Honestly, that's really all that was about. So let's move forward through this and see what else we can get here.
Hiya, Zelda.
What's up, Zelda? Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us again. Everybody else that's in here, thank you for jumping in. Anybody I missed, Cassie Belshaw, welcome. Why was his wallet at Dad's? That's a good question. I haven't heard that one, Cassie.
I didn't either.
That's new to me. Where did you catch that at? And the biological father, guys, is a sheriff's deputy. Okay, I promise you that he's been looked at. And
Seth is?
I'm sorry.
Seth is a.
He's a deputy sheriff, yes, in Tennessee.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I've not even, and you heard him say he offered to do a lie detector, and they said you don't need to. So that says a lot to me.
Yeah.
The fact that they wanted the other two to do it says something else to me. So.
And that could be Kells. That's a good point. He could have a wallet at both places.
That's very possible, because I know that my kids had things here and there, because I didn't want my things from here going to there when they were younger. Let me see something here.
Oh, Heather, I love you.
Yeah, right, Heather. That's a great point. All right, what do we know what channel that was on? That new interview from last night, by chance, with the parents, the stepfather and Katie? or Chris and Katie, because it's been, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to say that again. Does anybody have that
Let me
smiley?
see if I remember.
All right, I didn't get to see it last night, so I didn't know. So this is the first time for me as well. What the hell? Smiley?
Smile.
Thank you, Zelda, very much, and thank you to anybody that has donated to these links here to support the channel. It helps in so many ways, folks. It keeps my bills paid, so I can keep doing this. La 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 la. Smiley store. Okay, thank you, SRB. I just saw that too. 1 second. There we go. And let's see here.
Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wonder, and I think you have the same question. I don't know if you still do, but I think they need to. I don't know if the house has been thoroughly searched.
According to Chris, 3 times they've been through the house, and I agree. I've said that myself that they
But
should have.
not by law enforcement.
No, we haven't heard it from law enforcement, but
Yeah.
according to him, law enforcement has searched the house 3 times.
I don't find him too credible at this point. So
I agree. Thank you, SRB. I think I got the right thing. Hold on, folks. Let me get this loaded in for you.
thoroughly search the garage area. Thoroughly search any summer wells. Thoroughly search any secret passages they may have.
Thank you, Zelda.
You know what I'm saying, Dago?
Thank you, Tracy.
What's that?
That sounded really weird.
I said thank you, Tracy.
Mm.
Okay, I believe this is it. This footage, guys, is coming from Smiley Story World from last night. And I thank her for doing this interview, putting this footage out. If you guys would drop a link for her, please. You guys can check that out after the fact, if you choose to. But again, I'm grateful that she did this. Here we go. I do believe this is correct.
Everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest, you know.
Well, it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and I know it's irritating. Me included. I know I am too, but we're just all we all have opinions, and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And, I just told Katie, we just have to go with, we all have our opinions, and they may not always be good, but, my heart's in the right place. But go ahead, and I'll let you start, or whatever you want to do.
So there's time too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is one call. I don't care. I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go ahead.
Come back and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that good?
You're okay. Hold on. Hello? That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So
And
Katie,
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out.
Okay, let me make sure that you guys understand this. Katie is here and was here beforehand, and then Chris called in after the fact and jumped back off the phone and gets back in. So that's just so everybody understands. Thank you.
Because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
Thank you, Zelda.
yeah. So, I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, it's just part of it when you work away, you see each other when you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think.
Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely. Here we go.
I know they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure I get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Whoop. Watch it over here. Okay, I'm watching over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I was just asking little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian? And stuff like that. But basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that? Okay, so are you working now, or are you just taking off, or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your
people? No, I'm asking you that. I just wondered. Okay. Like, if you, I was just wondering, like, if you, like, are you, in fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
preoccupied. No, don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
That way you can get all these questions coming in, because like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I'd come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful. And I ask for the same in everybody else.
Yeah, and I told them a while ago, just please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because...
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube, and I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men. Not that I don't want to talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, you know, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich. Excuse me. I read up on him. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth, because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can't come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand it, don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this.
Yes,
If somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board. Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life. Even when this is over, however it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
I mean, and it sucks.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless, period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping, and that's fine. I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JLR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about. And there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something, whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this happened, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
No, it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is, because of the ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not, and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with because Seth wanted, I heard him on another show. But anyway, I suggested same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They to look for something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for, 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this stupidity stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no, they're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right, I'm going broke. Trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like, somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever.
Okay, this is ridiculous. This has no bearing on any of this stuff. Okay, and this shouldn't even be an issue. Whatever this creator does with her finances is that's her business. Nobody needs to know that. Okay. We as creators, I do agree to an extent with what he's saying. If we're using this money that we make in any fashion while we're doing this to help with this, it should. I do agree with that. It definitely should. Okay. Whether it's to make flyers and put those out, to pay, even just to pay the internet and stuff like that, to keep it going wholeheartedly. But if you're out here just for entertainment purposes and you're trying to do that, I do kind of disagree with that. I say that much. And I agree with her on that aspect, and I know where she's going with this, and this is probably the next part of this. So I'm just saying that. But this shouldn't even be being talked about right now. We're supposed to be talking about Sebastian, and this should have not turned into this at all, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Just on Sebastian, that's why I know you just said that. So
right, but that you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it to do something to put it forward. Right. But those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No,
and I get that. I'm going to be very respectful because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it, but I
Don't
tell
say it.
everybody,
Feel free. My-
well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing,
well, hey,
and but understand something, and I'm respectful about it because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
well,
Excuse me? What?
I think we kind of think of it there, and
See?
I don't, yeah, I agree there, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again, and I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you, and I want
No,
to
that's fine.
not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mhm.
I understand there is a situation of my son, not everybody else's. And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he abs. When I've asked the guy, I said, "Do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?"
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But like, I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you? So and you don't want him to monetize on that? He's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah. If he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking. He wants me on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to funding it.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
Yes, ma'am.
before we kind of get started, and the only
Yes,
reason,
ma'am.
is because fair is fair. And I
Yes.
want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen, no matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled off, if it was no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom. And I'm going to say this, when she said, can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son, because it's not, and it kills Seth, even though he don't say anything. I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well,
Thank you, Zelda.
I'm a stepdad
Mhm.
to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I
Mhm.
came in Sebastian's life, roughly he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him.
Exactly.
still
Trail
help raise
cams.
him.
Exactly.
And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, they were not married. But
See, I disagree with that because if
Yeah.
if that's your child, then you should know those things. That's all I'm saying. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because as we're getting ready to go watch the press conference for Madeline Soto.
exactly. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Good point, Mama Bear. Good point. I may have to cut this and go to that press conference and come back to this afterwards because that's important to me too. This is already recorded. I want to get to that because that's very important, folks. So
Yep.
I'm going to catch a few more minutes of this and then we're going to jump to that. Okay. Do you have that found already, Bear, where that's
Nope,
at?
but I can work on it.
Yeah, just find it real quick for me so I can just go right to it. Okay, please.
Okay.
Thank you, dear.
You're
And we'll move on with this. This interview is kind of irritating me. I see why Molly was talking. They was going to piss her off again. So moving on.
my daughter refers to him as daddy. Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson.
Welcome back. Just saying.
He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris.
will
I have
say
always
this.
left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his mother has her opinions, and that's that.
You know, and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse, just because. And it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian, because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night, Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
Thanks, Bear.
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff
You're
in
very
his room,
welcome.
which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was
That sounds like a
little, I used to check
respect
on him
thing
all
to
the
me,
time,
guys.
but he's
Mr.
older
Chris.
now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the LE was there, and he said that the LE was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or, you know, where you looked under things, or was it like, what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
you're asking that question, is that because there's somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you. It's
Okay.
because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering.
I agree, Mark and Betty.
Like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to be paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, you know, some kids, maybe they do, you know, if they're autistic, you know, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask questions, I just listen, let me just tell you this. When I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look, I'm not the police. Okay. And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just, I also work for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to
I do, Arctic. I do.
think outside the box. And that's what I do. It's a habit. So there's
Right.
that.
So me asking that question back is because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations. And because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment. Well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me. We have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth. And it is ridiculous.
Natchez Park. Where's that at, Florida baby? Do you have any idea? And if so, please let me know.
That's why I
Yeah.
asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think, because I've been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you.
What Thank you so much, Florida baby. I appreciate that. Sorry about the echo, guys. I fixed.
Remember what it was, please?
It was something about I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was butthurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just didn't. I just felt some kind of type of way because it's the way you answered it. You already had it in your private messages, but none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris, can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got or decided together, or tell me about the snake?
Okay, so right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So long time ago, I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things. In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But we had a salmon boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
he loved that thing.
He's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in that world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat. And
okay, guys, I'm going to cut this and move over to this press conference for Madeline Soto. We're going to come back. I have a couple other things to take on with this as well. So hang out, guys. Don't go nowhere. We got some time left. So.
OUC was created a century ago to empower Orlando's growth. Time flies when you're keeping pace with the future. At 100 years, we've never been more proud to be your reliable one, or more ready to empower the next century.
Just one day after her 13th birthday. Since then, our investigation has been relentless, fueled by the unwavering commitment to uncover the truth. During our forensic investigation, we uncovered disturbing evidence, graphic images, and videos depicting crimes being committed. It was during this examination that we learned we needed to act swiftly to remove the suspect, Stefan Stearns, from our streets. Despite the arrest, our investigation into her disappearance remained ongoing. We understand the importance of thoroughly exploring every lead and piece of evidence. The Kissimmee Police Department, along with other law enforcement agencies in Central Florida, continue their search for Madeline for the next several days following her disappearance, and we turn to the public for help. During this time, our investigators combed through a significant number of tips, and on March 1st, we received information placing Stearns' vehicle in a rural area of St. Cloud, where ultimately Madeline's body was discovered. We are all deeply saddened by the outcome of Madeline's disappearance. The Kissimmee Police Department continues to piece together.
It's up as loud as it goes, guys. You might have to turn it up on your end.
I want to address some questions we are receiving from the media in everyone's effort to keep the community up to date on this tragedy. At this time, Stearns is facing a total of 60 charges related to our investigation. This includes sexual battery, lewd and lascivious molestation, and unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child. These charges reflect the meticulous work of our law enforcement community. Our detectives also are working closely with the State's Attorney's Office for the 9th Judicial Circuit and the Medical Examiner's Office on the investigation. Death investigations are complex. Tasks like forensic analysis and thorough interviews are crucial and require careful attention. It is vital to address these misconceptions in the pursuit of justice while preserving the integrity to the case. During an investigation such as this one, We gather additional information from individuals close to the deceased. Each person interviewed is treated as involved until proven otherwise. This is a standard protocol to ensure all the facts are uncovered. During our investigation, we have interviewed many individuals. Each interview has been vital to our understanding of the case. We are reviewing all of the information we received and are following up on every lead. Attention to detail and the diligence are the most important aspects of this investigation. We are committed to transparency and will provide updates when possible. Madeline's story has touched the hearts of many. Rest assured, our department is diligently working on the investigation. And while we appreciate the public's interest, we must prioritize the integrity of the investigation. We appreciate your support and understanding as we gather the facts. We intend to release additional information in the future, providing more details that we do not compromise the ongoing investigation. We vow to do everything in our power to ensure Madeline's memory is honored with justice. Our detectives are dedicated to pursuing every lead, uncovering every fact, and holding those responsible accountable. Now I will open it up for any questions.
Chief, I have a question. We know that you're working behind the scenes during this investigation to make sure everything is in order, but what can you tell us new today that we don't already know?
I don't have anything new that you don't already know, other than our detectives are working tirelessly day in and day out to ensure, all the facts are uncovered in this investigation.
Chief Holland, is the mother a suspect or a person of interest in this investigation? And also with the videos that you uncovered, is there any evidence of the mother's involvement on any of these videos?
So everyone that was close to Madeline is considered suspect until we have proven otherwise.
Chief, how close are we able to know what actually
That's a
happened?
yes.
Well, this is a very sensitive and, it's very intricate. We want to make sure that we uncover every single fact and all the evidence before, we don't want to put a timeline on it, basically, because the detectives are very meticulous in what they do. And we want to be sure that everything is uncovered that possibly can.
Chief, can you release any information about the manner in which Maddie died at this point?
No, ma'am, we are still waiting on the medical examiner's report.
Chief, do you believe Maddie was killed inside of the family's home or somewhere else?
We're still uncovering all of those details. I'm not going to speculate on that until we have the facts.
Chief, can you tell us if Stephen Stearns acted alone in all of this?
We're still uncovering all the evidence. I don't want to speculate whether he was or not. We will wait until the investigation, is completed to make that determination.
Has Stephen Stearns said he acted alone, or what has he said in interviews with you? Since we know he's in jail.
Yes.
What has he told you about other people's involvement, if any?
He has invoked his right to a lawyer, so we have not spoke with him.
Is there any time that you can expect an update for us? The public is asking every single day, and we understand that you're working on the investigation, but we would like to give them something.
I don't want to rush my detectives. I think it's paramount that they take their time. And, Mr. Stearns is not going anywhere. He's in jail and he's going to be there for a while. So my detectives, I want them to be, just look at every single detail and make sure. But I don't want to give a timeline at this point.
You mentioned you're working closely with the medical examiner. What does that relationship kind of look like, and what information are they able to release to you before that exam is complete?
So not really. I wouldn't say that they've released an information. We depend on the medical examiner's report for our report. So we're going to have to wait until they release that report.
Do you believe there are any additional victims?
No, it appears that this all was isolated to the home.
Chief, I'm still trying to get a sense of things. Do you still feel like you have more questions than answers at this point?
I think our questions are being answered slowly but surely. For the integrity of the investigation, we have to, keep things close until such time as we hold those accountable for her death.
Chief, do you feel like this is taking longer than it should because Stearns is not speaking?
No, I just think that, sometimes these investigations are just very lengthy. We know that he is in jail and he is not going anywhere. So the detectives are just making sure they cross the T's and dot their I's. They want to put together, a foolproof investigation.
Chief, is the mother and the family members being cooperative and answering questions? Have they lawyered up? And also the father of Madeline, who is not a Florida resident, is he a part of this investigation or at least being asked questions?
We have interviewed, all those family members that are close. Mother has cooperated. She did give us an interview. So there's, no one is not cooperating other than Stearns.
We know that the crimes were committed in the home. We also have, the date of birth of the person, but we have not confirmed that that is Madeline Soto. Would you be able to confirm that information for us?
Right. So all of the charges are with children under the age of 18, and they are protected. Their identity is protected under the law.
So it's gonna expect. It's been a couple of weeks. Nobody's charged for the murder of Madeline. Nobody knows exactly what happened to Madeline. We can expect in the couple days someone gonna face charge for the murder of Madeline Soto.
When the detectives put their case together, like I said before, they want to ensure their investigation is tight. We're working, hand in hand with the state attorney's office to ensure, every piece of evidence is revealed and uncovered. So I can't put a timeline on when that might be.
And Chief, with his cell phone, there's one thing to understand here. So he originally went to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. At least that's what we understand. He gave the cell phone to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office then found something on his phone, which led to an arrest. In the arrest affidavit from Kissimmee PD, it says he offered his phone freely to Kissimmee PD. Can you kind of explain how that happened? Because I just have a tough time understanding how somebody who's been arrested for something on his phone freely gives a phone out again.
Well, I don't know the intricate details I do know that the Orange County Sheriff's Office and Kissimmee Police Department were working hand in hand, during, the actual disappearance investigation. So I don't want to speak on exactly how that happened, but it's not uncommon for us to ask someone if they want to, give up their phone.
Chief, is there anything in particular that keeps you up at night regarding this case?
Well, a lot of things keep me up at night. My takeaway from this is talk to your children, families, talk to your kids. Know that there are agencies out there, the abuse hotline, Help Now, that people can report suspicion to. And I would encourage mothers and fathers to have those conversations with the kids and be aware.
Last question.
Had you guys investigated this family before?
Not for anything like this, no ma'am.
I'm sorry, can we just confirm how long that relationship was, the mother and the stepfather?
That is still being under investigation. We're trying to get the timeline for that.
Chief, I have one more question. This is a case that became really big out of nowhere for a lot of people, but what has the department learned through all of this so far?
Well, this was a very tragic event. I think that, like I said earlier, it's up to us, up to each family member to have those conversations with your kids and report any suspicion of abuse to your school resource officer, to an adult that's a trusted adult, to any police officer that's out there. So just report it and let the law enforcement community investigate. Thank you.
Okay, that's that. I'm going to tell you one thing, and this is more of an opinion, but I'm pretty sure it's factual. When that question was asked if Jen Soto was being looked at for this crime, involving this crime at all, and she said everybody, to me, that's a yes. She can't just blatantly say it, because then that's going to say, if there's no charges that are dropped yet, that's going to kind of spook somebody. In a sense, they don't do that. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to guess that's a yay, folks. So, 100%. That was really a crappy press conference. I'm going to say there wasn't much info putting out there, other than that one thing that tells me they're looking at Jen right now, as well as anybody else that was involved in Madeline's life, I'm sure, like she stated, but for sure looking at the mother. She'd have blatantly, in my opinion, said no if they weren't. That's my opinion, but I don't know. But they need to do something, because there's still no charges. There's still no charges. in Madeline's death, and that pisses me off to no end. I'm sorry, but it does. That's just wrong. That is just wrong. All right, guys, I'm going to take us back to this interview and finish this up here. And that's my thought too, Leo. I think there is, and I've stated that I thought there was. I also do feel there's another, if not more than one, but more phones. And I agree with that too, Trail Cams. I do believe that was a strategic move. Okay. And I still have my feelings that this investigation is very possibly linked to the St. Cloud pornography ring investigation. I'm just saying, if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. It's okay. But I think in the end, there's going to be a link. I really feel that they're going to be linked together somehow.
Well, and Dago, I just feel like you're not far off, because otherwise it might be moving a little bit faster than what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's a lot to look at. That's
Yeah.
my way I got that feeling, JC.
Yeah.
And when I realized how many photos or whatever you want to call these that were on his phone, over 400
Files.
written files, whatever you want to say, that doesn't say that there's nothing else embedded with those as well. So there could be more. Okay. And I
Yeah.
still think there's another phone, and I still think there's other people that are involved with him that they were maybe trading pictures of things, selling this and that. I don't even like talk about this. It makes me sick to my stomach. But again, I really feel that there's a link here. Okay. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. I'd rather be wrong, but then not talk about something that I feel when it comes to stuff like this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right, Kim. He's been on the radar 100%. So, and again, that's why I feel that there are no charges yet. I feel because, and like she said, everybody that is in Madeline's life is being looked at, including her mother, including anybody else that was close to her. And I think this is taking so long because I think there's multiple investigations going on here that are going to come together as a whole in the end. So
Yeah.
keep that in mind. Keep that in
One
mind.
thing leads to another, as they say.
I do. Yes. And Irene, I agree. We may see more than one arrest, to be honest with you. I have a slight feeling that there's going to be very possibly a couple, guys. So just be prepared. And there we go, Davey. I swear to God, you're reading my mind. I think they're working on a RICO case, you guys. If you don't know what that is, look it up, or I'll show you here down the road. But that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. And I think that's what this is all about at this point. I think this was just a scuff in the dirt. I'm not downing it by degrading it at all, but compared to what the bigger picture is going to be, I think that's what this was. Which this kind of helped, if nothing else, to leave this so that this doesn't come out and Maddie's death wasn't in vain. It'll shut something down. If you haven't been paying attention, I've been showing you in Florida as well. Grady Judd has been cleaning house like you wouldn't believe. I think this is all an ongoing thing that everybody's working together with. I wish to God every state in the union would do this, but it is what it is. There's going to be some big shit that goes down over this. I'm telling you. That's all I'm saying. That's my personal opinion. And I just think it's coming. Noni says images, videos, visual proof. 100%. Thank you. And it's horrific, but hopefully, like I said, it's not all in vain, and something will come at the end of this that will be so worth everything that we've seen. I have my fingers crossed, and I'm praying every day that they take down as many monsters, as I call them, as they possibly can. And you know what? If it comes out in the end that Jen is involved and is shame on her, shame on you, and everything about you. It just makes me sick. Anyway, and that's the other thing too, Doodle. I agree. The cause of death there's gonna be something there that's gonna be a little different. So just pay attention. I pray to God that multiple heads roll on this. Best I do. So let's move on.
And I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time. All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything Retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture that the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal thing. He loved them. The downside, like it got to a point with work, with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, you know, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he
If you
actually
don't,
did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
yeah. And parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. And he's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snake.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his
Well,
dad couldn't take him.
Well, his dad was going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, and you got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that. People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, you know, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, you know, pets, and so I just wondered.
I mean, to this day, I call him my buddy.
Mhm.
You know, if Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's like, "You want to see him? Just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up." Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, so I mean, it
wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just
right. Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. You know, it is what it is. You know, is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he, you know, how did you discipline
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible, but I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say come out, well, it's clean, and you go in there and you go to check their room, and the room's not clean. Okay, thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room was clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay, now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put right.
Uh-oh. Are you glitching, dude? Canadian cat lady. I've never done that to my kids. I've told them that that's their room, that's their space. They want to live in filth, then they can live in filth, but I'm not going to. So the rest of the house will be clean. But that's just me.
Good Lord. Sorry about that, folks.
That's okay. So, I mean, everybody's different, and, you know, it'll get to a point that they can't stand it, and they end up cleaning it on their own without me saying anything. So
Same here. Same here.
I'm like,
One
that's your
time-
living space,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do.
The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag. Go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you, you try it with your kids, man, your kids will be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No. The burden, so what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of being able to, yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do, with because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. When you can get on the same page with each other, and finally everybody understands it,
right,
man, it is a beautiful picture. Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
Yes,
We
Peppermint.
don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And I have taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman, period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again, there was a time, and this is a long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that, again, that's a long time. I wasn't there. So
no,
and I wasn't there either, for the record. So
maybe Katie should answer this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that, oh Lord, no, that is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in, and then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in, and I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not, because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And this is
yeah. He's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture, I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point, I mean, so I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past. It needs to die. Let it be. But at the same time,
they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to
yes,
look past
yes.
on?
Okay. So I got no problem. Rachel is my third.
I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's going to say you're final. So let me make that clear. She's probably going to yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay. First time, her name was Vanessa. Second time, her name was Stephanie. Third time, her name is Rachel. Fourth time, her name is Nina. And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
Okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that positive. Like, and leave that there. That's why we go to court.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met and how long did y'all, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know.
No,
I'm just
no. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my fourth wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel is real simple. We met. We were all friends. We moved we shared an apartment together. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she decided to be unfaithful. We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. As far as I know, she lives, I think it's in New Orleans now. And I think she just had a second child. So she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my fourth wife, Nina, she has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because
No,
I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being dragged into that.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage. Well, her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married, but we did. But I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. Occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
But it's not. They're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had maybe it was in an interview. I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you try to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to your house? Or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children, somebody outside the family?
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very like single mind tracked. Like if he's wanting to talk about like Minecraft, then he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this. And he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other. And that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is because
I agree.
Personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble. Just because he just doesn't have that awareness, like he'll just be right here in your face. But he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids. But even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but, even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things. And so they get to each other and they have fun. And then, something will happen and one or both will get frustrated. And so they got to, time out and whatnot. you know, we have met some kids, especially like, because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, you know, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, you know, with appropriate emotions and stances, you know, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, you know. And we have like a scale that we work on, you know, like what is the problem
Amen,
that's
Leah.
frustrating you? You know, is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and then okay, well, what's your response to that? You know, type thing. So, yes, he does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Mm-hmm. Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to tell mama that he likes girls.
Yeah. Were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
Yes,
church.
Yes, we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and
Yeah, when he was in church, so the kids area, oh my God.
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
Yeah. I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to
Dance.
dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
He's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah. Oh.
But he loves to dance.
Yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, you know, just the music he said he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, it just makes me, you know, it just makes me smile. I want him to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today, and then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. Okay, so
that is absolutely my question, Gene. I don't see how this is helping in any way, shape, or form. This is all about the parents, in my opinion, what we're learning and what we're talking about. That's how I'm seeing it. If I'm wrong, that's okay. I'm wrong, but I just don't see how this is helping us look for or figure out where Sebastian could be or how. None of this, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Thank you, Brandy.
There was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be re-looked at, researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know.
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had searched, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we've been searching out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you?
Yeah, Annie, I agree. And here's the thing, guys. I want to hear these interviews because I want to hear what they're saying. I'm praying to God that we're going to hear something that we're not hearing in the other interviews, that we can break this down and figure something out by what they're saying. And thus far with this interview, I'm not getting any of that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to continue listening to it because there may be something said that we have not heard yet that because every interview I hear something new. That's been fact, folks. There's always been something new. So that's why we're reviewing this and listening to it ourselves. For me, at least. Everybody else, you know, I can't speak for them, but that's what this is about to me.
You like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers. Is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things. When it comes to searching, flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs.
Yes.
Those came from us. My mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out
Take
to.
care, True Crime and other stuff. Thanks for joining us again today. We appreciate you.
I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we ask them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them. We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been.
Now let me clarify what I just said, because I do agree with what SRB is saying here. It's eye-opening for certain aspects, but not as far as being able to find Sebastian is what I'm saying. So I want to clarify that. That's what I meant. Sorry about that.
Out there, there's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and 100, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Riverview, some in Madison, there's some out toward Knoxville.
I agree, bro.
The reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish. And
Absolutely, SRB. I wanted to clarify my side of it. You're fine.
Canada. I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we've never meet you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day.
And that is important, guys. Again, I don't know how many of you guys have gone into that link, and I don't know if you heard me, SRB, but I knew what you were doing, and I was just clarifying myself. Hey, Catherine, good to see you. I sped this up, guys. That's why he's talking so fast before you ask. And I know, Annie, you're fine. I have flyers as of right now here in Ohio. There was a link we put up. I don't know if you guys have clicked on it, because you can print out your own flyers if you want to, okay? I have them here in Ohio. I have them going through Alabama, Mississippi, and Kentucky right now as well, being put up all over the place, as well as very southern parts of Tennessee. So if anybody is in and around, like I said, he could be anywhere, folks. He could be in Alaska at this point. It's been so long. So it doesn't matter where you're at. If you want to put up flyers, put up flyers. If you don't think it's not going to help, it is, because he could be anywhere. You could be in Minnesota and in a shortstop truck stop or something, put the flyer up there, and somebody could see him, and you never know. At this point, it just does. It all matters, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm doing this every single day. And it all matters, guys. It really does, every bit of it. So thank you for anybody that is doing it. And like I said, I have feelers out all over the place for this right now. Actual family of ours that's putting up flyers in Alabama, Kentucky, and Mississippi. So it is what it is. He could be in Minnesota, right? Missouri, Minnesota, Alaska, anywhere, guys. Hawaii for this. It's been so long. So don't think that he couldn't be. We don't know what has happened. So go with that thought, no matter what, until he comes home.
Look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And whew, it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all.
I agree.
I have a teacher over at Beach High School, and it means a lot to me, this case right here, and it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And it makes me want to cry right now. It does.
We're going to go into that next, War Eagle.
A handsome son, stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well,
awesome, Randy.
So I don't know how to say this any other way. Please forgive me, because it's going to sound
it's
going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Mhm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And so, and that, did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee, West Sebastian. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it.
Mhm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble. So he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house. And the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that were shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing? It's her again." She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blah, blah, blah," and she told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute. You cut out. Oh, there you go. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, but. And I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, "Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie, you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that." So we had that happen. And the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it."
Mm-hmm.
He sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, "See, eat your food." And we went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know, what was he wearing when they went to dinner? Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh, oh no, yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll say that. I'll just leave it up there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with them missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no. We don't have to go into whatever. And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or anybody. I'm just saying, does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry, and he may be back too. Let's see, paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it.
Now, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call. Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all a question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something. So I just told him to call real fast if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, he's down. Oh. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, there he is. There he is. He's like, he's gonna come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever. He jumped up here on panel. And, he wanted to ask you something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I'd asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS, except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're
hold
not
on,
really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in the country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was, because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case, and there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
So now we're hearing that he ran away before, because we were told that this has never happened before, right or wrong. That's interesting to me. I've never heard that one, unless I'm misunderstanding or there's a misunderstanding here, but that's different to me.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
And
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases. I don't know. I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah, okay. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask. You asked about active cases. That's what you asked about, and I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello. Hello.
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. I can't hear him.
Okay. Can y'all now? I
So
think
he's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian, and I said yes. He's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Maybe I misunderstood what they just said then. Sorry.
I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really, maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "Yeah, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't? Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay, I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next argument we got? Fire away. Okay.
I'm not arguing.
Okay. So I was just wondering, like, if him, like, Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So, like, if y'all were
Absolutely,
at home alone,
Steve, I
like,
agree,
because he
bro.
works out of town a lot. And this is, I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times, talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a, sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on. There's been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I would say, honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock. Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I mean, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code
Yeah,
in.
that with the, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back?
Yeah, he locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like I mean, I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could have come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or a figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So, I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but I mean, it was public because we saw them with our own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, counting the backyard where they took pictures. Okay. So did they come in and check as well? The 11 times, or like, did they do forensics like a luminol or anything like that?
No.
No.
No. That I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And then he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So,
no, Kaylee, we watched it here. I don't know if you were in here or not, but it was nothing really. It didn't give anything new.
Is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering, so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes, that's unobscured from anything. Yes.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not been.
Or would not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So the back door would not lock
from the outside like the front. No, you'd have to have a key.
So I can't. I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house.
No, I understand
that's a safety thing.
Yeah, I understand that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but what I can say is there's only 2 doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked on his own or from the outside, and the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have. Plus, it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I mean, it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with the screens intact and things like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, oh, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he landed on it and screamed.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard questions, and I've been, all right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask, like, what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but, like, when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on, that day, like when we went out to eat.
His
And,
tennis,
go ahead.
his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black t-shirt with, Grogu on the front.
Okay. And then he changed before he went to bed into the black
sweatpants with black stripes down
I
the side
agree.
and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
was originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because it was because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
And I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out here probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants, where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about. Exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
exactly. I was calling sweatpants, but.
Well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard, I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but.
You're fine.
Okay. All right, let's ask theirs first, because I don't want you to go, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs, before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. There are 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down and they chase it around, and I don't stop and I let them nibble. And I've been dumb enough and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like a fresh scratch.
When I'm in a green shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were talking about Fox 17.
Okay, Fox 17. I'd already been home. So I got home February 26th. That's can be released because that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh.
Okay.
The day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay, so y'all, he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you. I had not heard that before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe today. And I asked it yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
You were?
Yep. There you go.
Yep. Absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stop you with one question.
Pretty close. I was like, I'm up.
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and like, look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. But I have asked, like, keep in mind, there's like 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
yeah. So, so let's see.
Give me a good one.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had a domestic violence called on you when Sebastian was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history. Period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic violence, y'all. Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. How about one, Betty? Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me, and his dad, and other family members, trying to get him to like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing, ball your fist up, put him down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay. He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums. And then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All 4 fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yep.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
You know what, SRB, 100%. That's why I want to watch these multiple interviews, because there's different things. And then, like you said, it's hitting differently for sure. That's an issue. That's something that is important with these cases like this, is to be able to hear if things change, how they come off, what goes in, what comes out. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So I'm glad you guys are seeing that too. Exactly, Gene. Exactly. And this is true. These questions aren't helping find Sebastian, but they're showing personality and character. I agree with that.
Okay. Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie, and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday,
yeah. Okay. So
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from midnight to 6,
okay,
being on the phone with her prior to, yeah. I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I've told somebody this before, my wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it. As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits. I'm tired of people dragging her through the mud. I'm tired of seeing the stuff that they say about her. Say it to me. I'm okay with it. Say it to me. Leave them alone. Be nice, be respectful, be courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for 1 second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
Okay.
But we do love all of y'all. Doesn't matter. We still love you. Baby, if you want to answer, go for it.
No, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
It's okay. I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read some. A lot of people was asking that, and just might as well ask it.
And we appreciate it. We said thank you.
Let's see. All right, y'all. Let's see. Oh, what did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff. He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there.
Mm-hmm.
Dave and Buster's because games.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have in the summer a family member.
Did she just say park? Just so I can clarify what I heard. Are you there, Mama Bear? I'm pretty sure I heard her say park, which takes me back to that park we saw spoken about here a little bit ago. Okay. Thank you, Carolyn and Tomboy. Okay, moving on.
With a pool, so he absolutely and utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game.
Could he swim?
Like a fish.
What was his favorite food?
Well, that depends on which day of the week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day. Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu, believe it or not, tofu. He's not a huge steak eater, but
Not
steamed
fried.
tofu.
not
Mhm.
fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves
Oh yeah.
sushi.
Yep.
He loves it.
Good for him. That's good stuff.
Did he like going to? Did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that?
Shoguns where they cook in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh,
He-
hibachis, yeah.
Yeah.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask, like, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
I want to say it was, well, hold on, let's see here. One something, I think.
Yeah. And then did you have to go back up there and get your camper? I mean, is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it
Yes.
back? Or?
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody was just.
No. You know, so there's a couple things that, because of this whole situation, I hope families never endure.
Right.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Over this?
Yes, over this, very much. Yeah. And because of that, I was like, well, so I got permission, and I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey, I need to go down, go get my fifth wheel, and I need to bring it home. Because right now, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going, and we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours, long enough to get down there. I finished packing everything up. And I'll say she didn't go. I was down there long enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean, they'll allow you to go back to work there? I mean, in Memphis?
Things have worked out. I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good. So why the three-way call?
So, well,
Because
I'll give
I
you.
was hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic. And so he told me to mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called, because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually go to your local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, then they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction. So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them, and within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house, in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember? Was it a lot? Or?
You've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so from our house, go all the way back down to Stafford to that stop sign where Kellen and Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school? Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons. And this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments. I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started to organize this vigil never even contacted us. Not one time has any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents. I think the only one that's been somewhat organized with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said, we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements. Technically, you're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come. And there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked for them to move it to the school, which is literally like half a mile from my house, if that.
It's not even that. It's like a
And
quarter mile down the street.
can accommodate all of the people.
Not only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said.
I know.
If you're in our shoes, it could be a security reasons, because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate.
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I can see you're talking if you moved. All right, well, listen. Let's see. Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for, I think, about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
Okay. And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
Yeah. So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know. And yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or during all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved. And we're our version of spending time with each other because, on a different situation where, both people come home from work at a normal time, you sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and, it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work. So, we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot. But that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
yeah, I mean, if it's every night, I mean that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different, but I just wondered if it was something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't. I mean, it's not something I would do. People just find weird. And
a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could. But if they were in this situation, then maybe they would have a different opinion or point of view. But I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
Yeah. And what about, and Chris, do you are you're off nights, or do you work? Do you mind telling? Do you work night shift, or is it days? Or I mean, do you mind? Is that okay to ask? Or
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So helping a guy out right now till I go back, I'm filling in for a guy. His shift starts at noon and doesn't get off until midnight tonight.
Yeah.
That's not your normal shift, so it kind of depends. Some crane operators, depends what's going on the job site determines on like the hours, because if you're doing a concrete pour, you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And for the record, because a whole bunch of people just snap back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not every single day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime until I go to bed or one of us falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well, because he does.
Yeah. I don't know, for some reason my chat is not moving and I'm having to stroke it. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know why. And I don't know how far behind y'all am. Chat. I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose nobody. Let me try to refresh it. Y'all don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sure.
Let's see if it reloads.
Oh, I don't know what's going on here. What happened?
I got myself to the stage, and I think who is Katie up here?
Yeah.
I got one of them's up here, but I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having to do that. That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend, or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend, and then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And okay. So maybe you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or when specifically, when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants, he had issues where he would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did, at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression,
They shouldn't have
phase,
trail
he
cam.
would go into the pull-ups, and then once he, got back on track and he was not having wetting issues at school and or home, he would go back into, regular underwear. And that unfortunately is just something that has been happening for, ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Yes, Lou.
Right. Okay. So why is there a problem? I feel, I mean, I feel it shouldn't be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are you so mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I brought up the question. I said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start trying to raise money to add help to this, however we can?" And the police said, "Hey, no, I don't recommend doing that, because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit." I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." So we all three had an agreement. We weren't doing this. And next thing you know, now there's a GoFundMe page up there.
So, okay. And, but, okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like, there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
So all of this just kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to go out there and blast some family matters to the public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said, this is not family problems. This isn't about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
Right.
And we've got some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now, and they're upset. Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot-headed. If somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah. Well,
we got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
Well, in my opinion, I mean, you have to put everything aside. I mean, your feelings, her feelings, and I know it's not easy. You've got, you honestly have to do this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June, and the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been unfortunately found. And, but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care. There's no doubt in my mind. And one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know, and there's good people there. There are good people there. And, I see the difference. I really do. And, sometimes this internet is harsh, but one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging and they're doing everything they can to find Sebastian, and they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian, because everybody deserves a fair shot, Riley, everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit, but you can't give up. We can't give up, and sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things, you're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian, because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good, fine, or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody, and he's your somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back. Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more probably. Today, after rethinking everything, to this day, if he could hear you right now, what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would say to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out, because we're going to come and we're going to find him. We're not going to stop, and we're going to bring an army with us, an army of support of people that are helping to look. And son, I love you.
Katie, if you could take anything back about that day, about Sunday, and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just I would have I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times. You know, they get older and you think that they're okay and that they're good, and you don't check as much throughout the night. Like when you get up, you know, when he was little, if I woke up, I'd check on him. You know, I was always looking at him, and as he got older and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to have my baby again.
We don't realize how we just can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats, they want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Prius. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian?
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there, and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? They said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay. So they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, he gives me a big old hug, says, I love you, says, I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
You know, I can tell you from personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. He's looked for, they've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah. And
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up, and I will send you the point of contact, and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
In fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all be nice. I had to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while.
Oh, okay.
In here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio say step. Oh, that's when we first come on here and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk? Yeah, did he sleepwalk?
Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night, sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing. But sleepwalking,
and to clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box. So he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Sneaks candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just, one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And
when you're done with it, you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so they're back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason.
Okay, it says you about killed Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't know.
Everywhere no. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be. They paid to ask that question, which I'm just now getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's why. I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen, I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all feel.
No. I'm not. I'm sitting there like, just like her head, blood everywhere. Okay. Well,
yeah, I mean that's a new one on me. So I mean, I don't really know what's going on there. Again,
my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean that right there ought to tell you the kind of relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
Yeah.
She's got her 2 kids. So where all that stuff's coming from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there y'all have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they're saying yes. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yeah.
You two are a trip.
Medicine,
You're killing me.
Sebastian, is that life threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it,
Correct.
Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, in a hurry, it can cause seizures,
Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It's not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? Well, I mean, just like, I know you've probably had 2 or 3, but like, what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
But not so much where he was, but like, if you just play it back in your head, like, if you think, what in the world happened? I mean, what could have, is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. I mean, we've gone over wild probabilities,
Hey,
all
we got a
sorts of
lifelike
stuff.
running about.
And
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
I haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this Carrie Fisher, personally, the one that redirected the search? Was you know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
Yes,
I heard about that, but no.
Her name is Carrie Foster, not Carrie Fisher. That's who we were talking about yesterday, guys. Just so you know.
No, I've never met her before.
How do you feel
about her at all?
How do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, an issue and somebody with felon was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot. And we went to them and was like, what the heck? Like, what is this? What are y'all doing with it? Is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just know that that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything, do you? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet? I mean, I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore, but I mean, do you think it was something that just blew out of proportion?
I mean, it's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because law enforcement said that that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Okay. That was just the question that was on here too. And okay, so they want to know, somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying. Always L8. Okay, so that's about Carrie. A couple people asked me that one. Okay. What are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, hyper. His behaviors become a little more like he'll flip-flop between his moods more, like being overly excited or, he has periods where he's really calm, where he just hyper focuses on, whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
Yeah.
He can become a little more temperamental, like more easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
Right.
He does get an increased appetite when he's off of his meds. An unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit. So he'll eat more. But and he will be more, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like when he'll start telling you something, he'll be on a bunch of different subjects, but all like in the same sentence.
Right.
So his thoughts become less coordinated. Yeah, he becomes a lot less coordinated in his thoughts.
Yeah.
That's ADHD.
So okay, so when he took so Katie, the trash cans at the end of the driveway Sunday night, was there any strange cars around the end? Did the dogs, and they want to know, did the dog?
That's not a scanner, guys. I believe Chris was at work. That's why the 2 separate phone calls, and that's his radio from his job site communicating back and forth with him, I do believe, just so you guys know.
Pick up that scent at the end of the driveway.
So,
Okay.
No,
Absolutely,
so I can
Jillian.
clarify
Absolutely.
the whole dog scent thing for once and for all. So the dog scent, everybody said, oh, the dogs didn't get a scent, dogs didn't get the dogs got a scent. What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this. For the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the place. But of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone and took them over to a retention pond. Now the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it, but from there the scent disappears. There's poof.
Right. Right. Why did you lawyer up? They said.
Well, I mean, who's my lawyer? I'd love to meet him. I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart ass, folks.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, I mean, if somebody said we got a lawyer, I'd like to meet him because, sure.
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm just reading the questions. So let's see. So somebody said, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian? I'm just reading the questions. I can't see all of them until I pop them up. Unless I can see the very top. We'll see. Okay, let's see what this. 3 Tennessee families, each kid missing a child. 2 of the 3, at least one present on social media. At least one parent on social media whom is more concerned with how they being betrayed or treated. So what about getting the word out about their child? So I guess what they're saying is, are you like, why are you worried about who gets the word out about your child? I guess that's what they're asking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Like, why does it matter who gets the word out about your child as long as it gets out? Oh, did he drop down again? Oops. No, he's still there. You still there, Chris?
Hello, can you hear me now? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like
the whole thing about I heard your question. My answer is simple. We want correct information out there. We don't want false information, which unfortunately somebody has put out false information. And the downside is I mean, one anchor in particular, I don't need to put the name out there.
It's okay.
But the one news anchor, instead of just reporting, kept insinuating stuff, which in itself is a problem. And it drew the focus away from Sebastian and started focusing more on, who did it? Well, these people are, and that was a problem, so we don't want false information. None of the parents, none of the family members want false information. We just want the accurate information out there and people to focus on finding him instead of bashing parents or bashing something that they don't like, and just, if people would put that focus into finding Sebastian instead of bashing us, that would be amazing. We love you all regardless.
I understand that. Here, listen, I know, and y'all let me get back to the comment. I'll get back to this in a minute. I think, Lord have mercy. There's my comment. Sorry, y'all, I can't see my comments. I'll get back to all that. Thank you for all that. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's just too many, and I don't know how much further along it goes down. But I just don't see what's the difference in that. And maybe, and we do want the correct. I said this from the day that I opened this up. I want to make sure the correct information, and I'll try my very best to do that no matter what. And I could be wrong on some things. I really could. It's hard to get facts out about everything, and I'll correct if I'm wrong. But listen, and on this channel, I do say things that others won't say, and that's okay. But because I do care and I'm passionate about the kids. I'm not in it for the money, the clicks, likes, views, whatever. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But Chris, it's what you said. So I'm asking you, why not go on these big channels or bigger channels, or little channels? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, what does it matter? Is it that important to you that a person you feel, and your feelings are your feelings, but I'm just saying that you feel is getting this misinformation or this information about you or digging the dirt on you. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, or you go on this channel per se. He dropped off again. Hold on. Let me paste it back up. Y'all must have, are you having a Wi-Fi issues or storm, or is that where he's at right now working?
I think it's where he's at.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he wasn't invited to Nancy Grace, but I'm sure she would love to have them.
We've actually reached out to Nancy Grace and hadn't heard back. We didn't know about the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah. So yeah, I think she would love to have. Here he goes. Okay.
I think it would be great because she's got such a vast audience and a way of getting it out there big time.
Absolutely, absolutely. But Chris, I was just gonna say, what's the difference in that and being on any channel that maybe is just trying to make a name for themselves? Is that not like? Is that not who's not really does stuff like this? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, is that not important to y'all?
Finding Sebastian is every bit of important as anything else. But at the same time, do I want to sit down with somebody who's dragged me through the mud, continues to drag us through the mud, and keeps putting false information out there, which causes a lot of problems, not just for us, but for the law enforcement folks that are also doing their job trying to find Sebastian? It's an issue.
Well, can I just ask you, what about Nick Barris? I mean,
That's who we're referring to.
Okay. I don't know anything about that, so I'm just gonna say okay.
Right, and unfortunately, and it's nothing against everybody out there. There's stuff that people don't know, and they're not going to be. They won't know because they weren't privy to the conversations.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it just sucks. And there's a difference in journalism and trying to get your Emmy nomination. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but
no. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. So yeah.
I mean, trust me. If I can go to everybody else and I can go get all these people, and we can get Nancy Grace, and we can get anybody else out there to spread the word, I'm not gonna worry about one anchor. I'm not.
Right. Well, I say everybody, needs to do it. I mean, if everybody needs to do what they can, no matter if they're this big, or this big, or gigantic, But it is what it is. It needs to be found, and that's all there is to it. But Chris, I'm going to ask you, same thing I asked Katie a while ago. If you could say anything in this world that you rethunk this 3 weeks, what would you say to Sebastian today, tonight, right now, again? I mean, it don't have to be the same thing. It could be now. What are you feeling tonight?
I miss him. I want him home. Look forward to him being back home. I'm looking to see, happy to get things back to normal instead of chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a man of emotional words, but Sebastian, he knows. Deep down, he knows.
What would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday? And I know you were not home, but what would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday?
Let's say that one more time. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
If you could turn back time and you could change anything about that Sunday, what would it be? I know you were not home. You were in Memphis. But if you could do anything over about that Sunday, what would you do?
If I could go back and change anything, I wished I was able to work in town. Maybe things would have been different because we both would have been home. I don't know. I mean, there's so many should have, could have, would have, and I wish I could have, and wished I would have, and I don't have the answers because I don't know. I mean, I know I got my stepson's missing. My house is not whole. There's a big emptiness right now.
Yeah. Somebody said it took you 7 hours to get home. I don't know.
It's a 7+ hour round trip from my house to Memphis.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's not. Yeah, so they're saying that some people were saying that you didn't leave right away and you were waiting, and we already went through all that. So
well, and some of those folks' comment is correct. Yes,
yeah.
Yes, because I could not leave. I can't just. It's not a normal job. You can't just tell your boss I'm out of here and walk out the door, get in your car, and leave. I mean, there's a lot of safety involved.
Yeah.
Sebastian's dad, same thing. He's not going to be able to just be like, hey, I'm out of here, door. I left as soon as I could, when I could.
What let's see. Somebody wants to know why you didn't want him around your daughter.
That is a personal family matter.
Okay.
That unfortunately that's not one I'm going to open up.
Okay.
It's not
Well, okay, you don't have to. Let me ask you this in another
Yeah.
way. Let me ask you this in my way, not their way. I heard that it's possible. Well, I heard that is he supposed to be a witness in some kind of case that you have with your wife? Is that true?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So I've heard that somebody said he was supposed to be a witness in my custody case with my daughter.
Okay.
And absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I when I heard it, I was laughing internally. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of wondering how that would work, but yeah, I just thought I would clear that up. But okay, so I won't keep y'all on here all night, but I want to ask you, like, how did there's just a couple more. How come LA, do you think, hasn't publicly cleared you, like in the public cleared you, come out and said, hey, their parents are clear? Because I know what you've said, Chris.
Right, but they can't.
Why?
Because the
Protocol.
investigation is still ongoing, because Sebastian is still missing, which is why they came out and clarified that no, we are not suspects, and yes, we are.
If you're not guilty, the first thing that they would do, just like with Elizabeth Smart, is come out and say they're not guilty. Same thing with Brandy. I mean, Brandy Neal Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom. I mean, that's what they're going to do. I mean, they're not going to, and others in the news, that's just who I think you're familiar with. But that's what they're going to do. They're not going to like just allow you to be sitting there hanging in the public's eye and take all this criticism and stuff.
Because there's so many agencies involved in this investigation.
I agree.
And I mean, across the board. And you think of an alphabet, it's probably involved, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I have begged and begged and begged, and so has my wife. Seth, when he was at the house before, same thing. We all asked, why can't you come out and just say it? Y'all told us to our faces.
Mm-hmm.
And the response we get, because it's an ongoing investigation and protocol does not allow us to do that. And that is the answer we're given.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying you're telling a lie. I'm just wondering why, because I would be demanding. I really would be demanding. I'm just trying to think, I would do everything in my power to, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying, again, my intro, one of my intros has it on there. I'm not saying, but you are suspicious, or this is suspicious, however I say it. And I mean that. I mean, things don't add up. Stuff don't add up. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful either.
No, I mean, so here's something that's very unique. And I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay. And I'm saying this very openly, as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. So let's say
this is from 18 hours ago, Green Bean.
Something, right?
And thank you for tuning in.
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdupe everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it, because poof, nothing. And it's, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case, where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah, everything is just, it's really strange. It's really strange. I don't know.
I mean, I wish there was something, anything.
I do too. If I could get it, out there somehow. I mean, from what I see, I don't know for a fact. There's almost 1,700 people in here. That's big for me, because I don't never have that. Numbers don't matter to me. But and somebody pointed out, stop saying that, Smiley, because it matters when these kids are at risk. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's important when I'm talking about a child missing, and this definitely means a lot that so many people are here. They're here because of you guys. Thank you. You guys need to be out here, in my opinion, speaking on him, not fighting with the Facebook groups. I see you in there. It makes me want to go in there, because sometimes you push the wrong buttons with me. I'm just saying.
Well, and don't get me wrong. And I, like I said, and I've opened that communication with you, and I told you, you want to talk, you call me, you want to send me a message, something. And as I've been very respectful to you, I haven't.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I may not always say the right things. I may not. But it's like last time I looked in the mirror, I'm a human. I'm entitled to my emotions. I'm entitled to my opinions, and I respect those, and I respect everybody else's just as much.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing that compassion is a virtue.
Amen, Heather.
That is in very short demand in today's society. Because if you sit back and you look at all these families, now we got another one, Riley. 6'7" guy disappeared in the flood, gone. Now we got another family that's hurting.
Yeah.
If you, as a person, ever set in the shoes that we need, Katie and Seth sit in to this day, or the Riley family for that much, I promise you, the outlook that you're going to see from our view, you'll understand it. You'll be so riddled with emotions, and you really don't care because all you want is the same end result. You just want your loved one.
Right. I know it don't get any easier each day that passes. It don't. They want to know if it's possible, since y'all were on the phone, if he could have tried to walk to Chris's work. Thought maybe he was that close, the building site. The construction site that was by your house. Maybe he thought that was Chris's job.
Oh Lord, no. Sebastian, no. Sebastian knows when my job sites, he knows what to look for, and
The
what I
construction
do
site.
has no equipment of that manufacturer on that site. Period.
Yeah. Go ahead, Katie. I'm
The
sorry.
construction site near our house isn't like a skyscraper. It's just houses and homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're building a small subdivision.
Yeah.
And we've searched it several times.
I mean, I'm currently sitting, today's my last night covering the screen, but I'm sitting at Vanderbilt University at the hospital, 300 feet in the air with a skyline view. And I get to sit here and do what I do, but I also sit here and I watch life flight helicopters come in and land every so often at Vanderbilt and at the Children's Hospital. And I have nothing but to sit here and wonder, could one of those be Sebastian?
Yeah. I understand. Well, my prayers are certainly with every one of y'all, and Seth, and went up over here.
Yeah, I'm
so
sorry.
It's confusing. No, it's fine. It's confusing, but yeah. And then I was like, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I better do that because I don't know how this is going to go. I really thought you were going to be mad at me for when I said it, but anyway.
All right, that was a long one, folks. That's the end of that. There's nothing else really that it's worth anything that will tell us anything or change anything. That was different. That was a completely welcome, Michelle. Good to see you. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you very much. That was different than any other interview I've heard thus far. And it was, like I said, in my opinion, it didn't give us anything to help define Sebastian, but it does show different, like it hits differently, as SRB said. It does. In a lot of ways it does. I'll be honest with you guys. So like I said, I will listen to and analyze every single one of these interviews because there could be something different in every single one of them. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Let me check this here real quick. Throw this up for you guys as well. 1 second here. This was in regards to that park that we were talking about earlier on in chat. Sebastian Rogers' father searching state park for missing teen with autism. All right. Let me open that up a little bit bigger. There we go. The father of missing Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers continues to search for him nearly a month after he went missing. Seth Rogers told WSMV4 that he is at Natchez Trace State Park in West Tennessee Thursday morning, searching for his son. Sebastian went missing February 26th. We all know that. He's searching the park because it is a place without cameras that might have been a place where Sebastian was dropped off. He did not specify what he meant by that comment. The search for Sebastian by authorities has been scaled back. Search parties looked for the days for the missing teen with autism, but had no luck. Now, that's a huge comment, folks, in my opinion. Huge comment. It may be a place it's a place without cameras where Sebastian could have been dropped off. That's interesting to me. I'll be honest with you. On March 8th, authorities searched the Kentucky landfill for evidence related to Sebastian's appearance, but no leads or evidence pertaining to Rogers' whereabouts were discovered during the operation. The decision to search the landfill was made in accordance with ongoing investigative efforts and information gathered in the search for Rogers. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office said an Amber Alert was issued on behalf of Sebastian. Authorities remain hopeful he will be found. We've seen all of those interviews. So that is what's going on with the park. You're right. Thank you, SRB. One of the biggest takeaways from the interview was we know that he didn't exit the front door and he did not have a key, but all the doors were locked. If we look at all the info on here, Michelle says Seth was laughing when he talked to Josh. We must not vilify one side for laughing and not feel the same about the other. That's a good point, Michelle. Very good point, guys. Guys, we got to be fair with this, as much as it's hard to do that based on things we see and hear. It's about Sebastian. We got to continuously remind ourselves this is about Sebastian. It's not about Chris. It's not about Katie. And it's not about Seth. It's about Sebastian, period, guys. Regardless of what we feel or think, we have to force ourselves to remember that. End of story. It's hard. It is hard, guys. I have my own opinions and feelings. Arctic Fox, I'm sure, does. Michelle does. Duchess does. I'm sure that she did. You know, we all do, guys. We all do. We got to remember it's about Sebastian, period. That's just period. There's no other way to look at it. We can keep our opinions and we can keep our theories and we can keep our feelings. That's no lie, guys. And I think that's fair, but we got to remember in the end, we have to reinforce that this is about Sebastian, period. Let's see here. Give me a second here. That's right. That's exactly it. Thank you, Michelle. Absolutely. We have our opinions, but they won't help find this child. And that is what we have to do, guys. We have to find this child. We have to bring him home. There's no two ways about this. And as I've stated multiple times, and I will continue to, none of us are going to stop until we do, one way or another. None of us are going to stop producing the videos and the live streams and everything we're talking about until he comes home, guys. And that goes for anybody we talk about. Okay. Here. By the way, Jingle, I received your gift. Thank you so very much. It's amazing. God bless you. I appreciate it. It's going to definitely help me. And whoever else sent me anything, thank you so very much. I appreciate you very much for that. You guys are just amazing people. I really do appreciate it. It will definitely help me to do what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to give you guys this here real quick. I'm going to throw some updates for Riley real quick if we can. Please. All right.
I'm going to do breakdowns, emotional parts. We're just going to keep it together, keep focused, keep looking, get a resolution here, hopefully sooner than later.
What is it like for you being right here, part of the searches for your son? It sounds like it's partially duty because you just have to have your questions answered.
Yeah, I've got to be here. I've got to be on the water. I wanted to be on the water last week, and we had some other family members that took that role that day. But I'm glad to be out here because I want to be here. I want to be the one that finds him. We're just thankful that the United Cajun Navy showed up. We've got a family friend here that came in from South Carolina to help us. There's a lot of things working together here, and everybody's trying real hard out here.
As the days goes on, people know about your son's story. They care. They want to support you, as evident by these volunteer groups, the United Cajun Navy. Do you have a message for them as it gets more frustrating for you? But there's a lot of interest and people care a lot about what happened to Riley and your family. What do you say to those people?
Just keep the faith, keep supporting us. We want to bring this kid home too. We want to see him again. We know you all do too. Just keep praying for us. We're doing everything we can out here.
Anything else you want to share?
No, not right now.
Sorry, that was Riley's dad speaking. Good Lord. Sorry about that, folks. That's a little louder than I thought it was going to be. And one second here.
Not go through the breakdowns, emotional.
One moment.
Missouri college student has now been missing for nearly 2 weeks after visiting Nashville with his fraternity expanding. Blake will join us now from Riverfront Park to pinpoint where the first responders and volunteers are going to be searching.
7 hours ago, folks.
Hey, good morning to you, Neil. Yeah, as you can only imagine, the search efforts this morning only intensifying. To give you some perspective on where we are right now, this is Riverfront Park. Essentially, this is where Broadway meets the river. We're learning law enforcement officials have now expanded their search efforts over 40 miles from where we are this morning. So to catch you up to speed, on Wednesday, the Cheatham County Sheriff's Office issued a basic shutdown of the Cheatham Dam. This is where the Cumberland River flows into the Cheatham Dam. The basic shutdown would allow for any debris to float to the top of the water so law enforcement officials could hopefully find anything possibly related to 22-year-old Riley Strain. Now, what makes this case so particularly interesting is the fact that you've got volunteers from all over who have descended upon downtown Nashville to help with this search. That includes the United Cajun Navy, what also focuses in on search and rescue operations.
Absolutely,
They
Jingles.
say
That's
they
so,
can do
so,
what
so
law
very,
enforcement
very,
can't
very
do
much
by
appreciated.
simply
Thank you.
just
God
being
bless.
a missing person case.
We are at United Cajun Navy is people helping people who are in need. And if I could maybe shed some light on this debit card question, at the point where the
Welcome back,
TikTokers, and we
Seth.
sure are grateful for them for the work that they're doing, at the point where they found this and up until they found this debit card, the Nashville Police Department was conducting a missing persons search and not a criminal investigation. So they're not looking for minute pieces of evidence like a debit card. They're looking for a person.
And so as we come back out here live to Riverfront Park this morning, it really does give you perspective on how massive these search efforts are. And I do think it's important to mention that this whole thing began when the college senior was reportedly kicked out of Luke Bryan's Broadway bar, which is about 2 blocks from where we stand this morning. As you can imagine, the family just holding on to hope as tomorrow marks 2 weeks since his disappearance. Reporting live in downtown Nashville, Blake Eason, News 2.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed on these guys. It's so much. So much.
Concern for Missouri college students.
And it, like I said, it seems like we're sitting at 3 days and then we got 10 days and then we're 2 weeks in. It's like, damn. And nothing. There's just nothing. Gotcha. Good point, Jillian.
Live report now from two different points of the river. News Caitlin Quisenberry is live on Gatlis Island near Ashland City with an update on the search plans there.
Yeah, absolutely. This morning, officials tell me the water temperature is 54 degrees. And as they launched their boats this morning, they started at River Bluff Park. Now, they're searching via grid, using a grid search on Gower Island here. We just saw TWRA with the Cheatham County Sheriff's Office on that boat as well, searching this island, checking those river banks. Officials split up this morning with TWRA in the Cheatham County Sheriff's Office, originally heading towards Nashville, turning around to grid search this island here. And the Ashland Fire and Cheatham County EMA heading towards the dam, scanning those waters along the banks as they go. At this time, officials say it's likely that if Riley did end up in the water, he would be along an embankment. So they really are checking those out as they go along here. Strain is 6 feet tall. He has blonde hair and blue eyes. And if you do see him or know
See, this is what pisses me off about mainstream media. They just said that he's 6 foot tall, blonde hair, blue eyes. He's 6'7". That's bad, guys. When that kind of shit happens right there, you have completely wrong descriptions of people they're putting out there. They need to get this shit right if they're going to do this. That's what makes me angry with this.
Know anything about his whereabouts, you're asked to call MNPD at 615-862-8600. Live in Ashland City, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Thank you, Caitlin. And this morning, crews are also searching for Riley along the Cleeses Ferry boat ramp. That ramp is located in front of the Cumberland River near Annex Avenue in West Nashville. That's where News 2's Peyton Kennedy joins us live now with more on what the search efforts are looking like in that location. Peyton.
Exactly, Nicole. This has been a launching pad for some of the search efforts today. And so far, I've seen one Office of Emergency Management boat and a TWRA boat as well. The United Cajun Navy is here. The director tells me they have 2 airboats on the way, as well as tracking dogs to pick up a scent of Riley, hopefully, and drones that they'll be using as well. I'm told that they picked this point because it's downstream from where Riley was last seen and a common point for objects to get stuck along the way. The director of operations says he believes their most successful search will be at nighttime tonight because they can shine through the murkiness of the water. Now, tomorrow does mark 2 weeks since Riley went missing, and the director says they will keep doing what they can until all efforts are exhausted.
At this point, we're going to search until we reach a point where we say this is no longer viable. And at that time, we may pull resources out, but make sure that everybody involved is aware that the fact that if we need to come back, we're going to come right back.
Now, earlier this morning, we were in downtown Nashville along the Cumberland where Riley was last seen. I did not see a physical search happening at that time, but the Metro Nashville Police Department tells me they're going to be focusing a lot of their search today around barges where items may have gotten stuck underwater. Live in Nashville, Peyton Kennedy, News 2.
And some new information this morning. We have been asking questions about the night Riley Strain disappeared. He was caught on surveillance video near First Avenue and Gay Street. Metro Police tell us they have not been able to verify any claims about a homeless man seen wearing Riley Strain's shirt. But moments ago, Metro Police told us they believe Strain did get sick shortly after leaving camera view. Anyone with any information about this case is asked to contact Metro Police.
Like I said, there's not a lot going on here. They're actively searching still for him at this
Following
point.
breaking news tonight, a rescue operation is underway in the Columbia River Gorge. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm John Adams. The operation comes as we get new details on a separate search.
Sorry about that, folks. Let's see here. One moment. Let's see here. And by the way, for those of you that haven't seen this yet, this is so disheartening for me. I just wanted to throw this up because I am still actively following Elijah Vu, that case, but there's nothing that has been brought up. But this did pop up 2 days ago. And for those of you that didn't see this, I do want you to see this real quick, just in case. It's very sad and disheartening, but it is the newest piece of info. So here we go.
Today, we came back after police said in a press release it was Elijah's blanket. That's where we found people back on the search saying this is a sign of hope.
They said there was a blanket found.
That blanket belonging to 3-year-old Elijah Vu, the first confirmed clue after he went missing nearly a month ago.
I think it's a sign of hope to find find him around here, and I think he's going to be close to this area.
Dustin Wright was one of several people searching the area after police confirmed they found Vu's blanket early in their investigation on Goodwin Road, east of Highway County B. That's nearly 4 miles from where he was reported.
Sadly, yes.
I was
Jerry.
back that it was found this close into the city.
Lori Hamblin has been one of the volunteers helping to search from the beginning.
We have done quite a few of the areas right around here. I believe that there was groups that were assigned out here just like a couple weeks ago.
I spoke with a man who lives in the area. He tells me off camera, officials like the Manitowoc County Sheriff have done several searches in the area. However, this new update is encouraging Lori and others to continue their efforts.
Relooking at our maps and possibly redesignating areas as more important to cover.
As they come together, they tell me the blanket is a sign of hope.
This is Wisconsin's toddler now. Everybody in Wisconsin is pretty much taking this toddler under their wing, and we want to just envelope him with protection and get him back where he belongs.
Keep searching. Don't give up.
Yeah.
Don't give up hope on a little child.
In Manitowoc County, Kaylee Starl, TMJ4 News.
Creeper. You actually kind of scared the shit out of me. That's why I turned so slow, be honest with you. Weirdo. Anyway. You come back when we're done. Let's see how it works.
Sorry.
Just so you could fight, yeah. Creeper, lurker, whatever you want to call it. Cassie just said she scared the shit out of me. I have earbuds in. Thank God I didn't. I'd probably fell out of the chair. I was sitting there looking behind me, listening, and I heard that, and I went, She does it all the time, guys. All the time. Look, tomboy, I was painting and was like, what the heck is that? She does it all the time. I told you. They need to check his mom's favorite farm. Very good point there, Miss Cherry. Very good point. Yeah, my phone was in my pocket and I jumped. See, I told you. She's not as innocent as you guys think she is. At all. Show your little sinister face while you're laughing back there.
Oh, my glasses are in like sunglass mode.
Yeah, I do need my own pull-up right about now. You're about right, Artie. 100%. See, she's even got the shades on to hide the sneaky, creepy crap. Lurker in chief. 100%.
Yeah, they'll change here in a minute.
She does this to me purposely all the time, you guys. All the time. She's not so... She may have that innocent little voice, but she ain't as innocent as you think.
Uh-huh.
She does these things, and then it's funny because when my wife is around and she does this, and my wife gets a kick out of this. She'll start laughing her ass off in the background. So, yeah, Banfield is right. It's not, is it, Cassie? Tell her it's not nice over there. You got more than just me that time. Ha ha. But anyway.
That makes it even better.
Yes. So, guys, I think that's going to do it for this part of today. Thank you, Mama Bear, for being here with me today. I appreciate you.
I had to cut out for a little bit. I had to see my mama.
Oh, no, it's okay. JC, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you as well. And anybody else that had input today, that one interview was grueling, guys. I'm so sorry for that. 1 second.
Sorry, not sorry, guys.
All right. Anyway, again, it gives us more insight into all this stuff. And again, absolutely, Arctic, I will, bud. I got a couple things I got to handle real quick. You see my crew just came in behind me. So besides that, we're going to keep going with this every single day, sometimes twice a day, whatever we got to do until these people come home, period. That's all there is to it. I appreciate the creators popping in here and sharing this with us today as well. People from the other channels, thank you for showing up as well. Anybody, all the new people, it's amazing to see all these new faces. I love it. I absolutely love it. Just so you guys know, by the way, I know I've been keeping people up to date little by little with this, but we are continuously growing every single day. Every day. We are now at 7,670 subscribers. That's different every day, you guys. So I want to welcome all the new people, the new meatballs, new subscribers, everybody that's welcome. We appreciate you guys so very much. And please know our door's wide open. So anybody else you think would be interested in coming here and hanging out with us to do this, bring them on by, because we got plenty of room and plenty of space. Yeah, I saw that, Cassie. I'm gonna check that out too, hun. 100%. And we very well will be back here tonight. Fingers crossed. Since I did get done so early. And we're gonna keep fighting the fight, folks, and doing what we got to do to make this heard everywhere we can. So make sure you're sharing this out, guys. If you have the link for the flyers and you have the ability to make some up, put them out. I don't care where you're at. I don't care if you're in Alaska, Arizona, Florida, Hawaii, whatever. He could be anywhere. Click on that link, load them out. I will do that, Cassie. Get some flyers out wherever you're at, guys. Like I told you, I got them all over the place. Cassie said hi, Kaden.
Hi.
And that goes for everybody. I really appreciate that, guys. And I really appreciate the support from everyone here so very much. Mama Bear, thank you again. We appreciate
You're
you.
welcome.
Even when you're being an asshat. You know I love you. That's why it's okay, but that's fine. I'm gonna get off here, guys, here, and probably go change my underwear now. So I think we should be good. She scared the hell out of me again. Other than that, I will see you all very soon. Don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change a thing about yourself, because you guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I'm on vacation next week, so you might be sick of me. I'll see you later.
You know that'll never happen. They'll never get sick of you. Maybe me? Doubtful with you. See you later.